Here we go, here we go, here we go. Now, this is a sale. She doesn't normally do sales. She doesn't do clearance or anything.
Stop saying
and
that,
half
John.
the stock of everything has already gone, so please be careful. So, let's get the first one out, and then we'll explain how it's working. So, what is this fabric?
This one, what is it called?
TPU.
TPU. What does it stand for?
It's cotton that's got extra special layer.
How many times did I educate you, John?
TPU.
Yeah.
Polyurethane.
T.
Polyurethane.
Thermal
polyurethane.
Yeah.
We got there.
Pat your back. Pat your back.
So what it is it's Sarah's fabric that she's designed. Can I just explain this? So Sarah's fabric that she's designed, then she has that printed up, and then she sends it away to this company, and they put on the
heat bond.
Heat bond company, and they heat bond the plastic onto the top, so it doesn't affect the fabric, but it makes it waterproof.
Yeah. How many degrees?
Very high.
Very high. I told you so many times.
I know, but I don't
you
take
should.
any notice.
110.
110 degrees heat, but it does affect the cotton and it makes it waterproof on this
yeah.
side. So what we were saying earlier was the sandwich bag fabric. They put the TPU on this side because that's where you need it to be. You have the cotton on the outside. But this is if you want to make anything out of this, then the TPU is on this side here. Now, it's sold in by the meter, right? Now, normally it would be... Jess, that's you. How much does this sell for?
£19.50 normally on
£19.50 for a metre.
Yeah.
£19.50 for a metre, right? Now, it doesn't come cut in metre pieces. It comes cut. If you want 3 metres, you cut a 3 metre piece. Yeah, continuous. So even though it's saying £12.50 a metre, you can have 1 metre for £12.50, but you can have 3 metres joined together for £37.50. Do you know what I mean? So that's the way it works. But it's by the metre. People are multi-buying this one. Oh, yeah, now be careful because, okay, I've got 15 metres left and 7 of those are in baskets. How wide is it, please?
44 inches.
44 inches
and
wide.
centimetre?
110 centimetres.
I'm testing you today.
Yeah, you are. Gorgeous. So what's this fabric called?
This is, as you can see, cloud and... raindrops.
But multicoloured.
Yeah.
12 metres left. 12 metres left now. There are 11 people got it in their baskets, and there's 12 metres this one left. And you're saving £7, because it's normally £19.50 for a metre. And you're saving £7 on that. It's gorgeous, isn't it?
I got told off by Mark. I got told off by Mark.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, because of the...
Well, it's his pension you're spending, isn't it? Yes. Mark's husband. How many baskets? Be careful, there's only 9 metres left. 9 metres left now. No, we don't know. Right, there are 8 metres left, and over 8 people have got it in their baskets. So as long as you only want 1 metre each, we're fine. But if somebody... oh, no, 5 metres left now.
I mean, this is perfect for children's raincoat.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But also for children's tabards when they're painting, tablecloths when they're working.
And then one lady, she made not this range, but she made 12, the placemat.
Oh, yeah. 4 metres left. 4 metres. Oh, can you think in the... All right, Jess. Jess is getting overexcited, really shouting. They're very sensitive, these things. Anything for outdoors, outdoor cushions for, you know, your garden furniture or whatever. 1 metre left. 1 metre left of this one. Gone, sold out. So now we've got same idea. We've got raindrops on grey now. Right, I'll fold this one up.
I just love the fact is the grey and then red raindrops is different colour.
Yeah.
Is brings up with this fabric.
Beautiful. Right, I'm going to be totally upfront with you, all right? There's 18 metres left. 28 people have got it in their baskets. 28 people have got this in their baskets. We said it's, how wide is it?
How wide is it?
It's 110 centimetres, 44 inches wide.
Yeah, see?
Claire, there you go. So there you go. Right, all we need now is to check out. So this is your design fabric.
Yeah.
With the TPU on top of it, 110 degrees.
You can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, in Visualize Live.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Sewing Street. I am Stuart Hillard. It is wonderful to have your company. I've got a fantastic day for you today with two amazing guests and so many wonderful products and projects to share. Right, let's jump straight in with our early bird. Now, I'm getting all serious now, aren't I? I'm not getting all serious at all. This is the product everybody needs and most people don't really want, but actually we all need, and actually this is adorable. You know what it is. It's the seam ripper. It's the seam ripper. And this is super, super cute. Love this. They come in different colours. I'll just show you a bit. I mean, I would be happy with any of those colours. And it comes on like a little earring, which means that if you'd got something like, well, you could put other little tools on there as well, a little pair of scissors maybe. There is a little bell for attracting attention. I imagine it would be this, you know, like you'd be in class and you'd be like this. And you'd be like, oh, Stuart's unpicking again. Hi, everybody. The ring of shame. But I think it's really cute. You've also got this cute little flower decal on there as well. And then, you know, very hard to lose. Where's my seam ripper? There it is. And, you know, it's got the little red ball as well for quick picking. Nice and sharp. This is a great early bird. It's a great early bird. The Grim Ripper. $4.99. You could have it in red, you could have it in green, blue or yellow. All those colours are adorable. Now, your little ripper. It's $4.99, except it's our early bird today. Get ready, we don't have loads. $2.99. Now, for a seam ripper, this is fantastic. Now, I just want to draw your attention to the quilt that's hanging behind me. This is my stepping out quilt in a brand new colourway. This is launching tomorrow at 8 a.m. And the #1 tool you need for this quilt is a seam ripper. Not because you're going to make mistakes, but it's integral to the method. So, just saying, everybody needs a couple of seam rippers, because although you might get one with your sewing machine, it's good to in your hand sewing kit, in your workshop kit as well. We know we need them, and it's much better to unpick than leave it in. Interestingly, every single person who's checked out has multi-bought on this. Very giftable. Very giftable. It's the thing, you know, I was hunting yesterday for my seam ripper, because I sewed a seam, and then when I had a look, the points were not matched nicely. And it was the very first thing I'd made. I thought, I'm not leaving, I'm going to get it right. So I unpicked it, and then I corrected it, and then I was all good. Michelle from Lincolnshire says, good morning, Stuart and T. Good morning, my lovely team today. Is Hannah is producing, Chris is directing, and then our lovely Dan is on floor. We might go to the gallery in a bit and say hello to them. Not now. Give them a bit of warning so they can tidy themselves up. Need to take a hint, guys. Tidy yourselves up. Pam says, good morning, lovely. Gillian says, good morning, Stuart and team. Oh, at that point, let's say hello to the team. Let's say hello in the gallery. Hi, there's Hannah. There's Chris. Hey, there's Hannah. Hello. And then Dan is somewhere hiding. He's hiding. He's hiding.
Literally hiding. Our early bird today, anyway, is the Seam Ripper. One of 4 colours. It's picked at random. It's brilliant. You've got a little bell. No, he's unpicking again. Carol from Somerset says, morning, Stuart. Your book arrived yesterday. Wow. Oh, Carol, thank you. That's really kind. Thank you. Actually, we went out with my mother and father-in-law yesterday. It's my mother-in-law's birthday today. Diane, a big, big happy birthday to you, my love. We went out for lunch yesterday and Diane said to me, oh, she said, I was looking through your new book the other day. She said, it's lovely, which was just great. And she'd read all the introduction and everything. We had a nice chat about it. So anyway, happy birthday to you, Diane. Here is your early bird. Seam Ripper. It should be $4.99. It is $2.99. Mandy says, morning, Stuart, my favourite. I get up especially for your shows. Oh, Mandy, thank you. Now, as I always say, you can stay in your gym jams. It's not an issue. Hannah, my producer's just said, actually, I got up early for your show as well. Yes, you're being paid to be here, Hannah. Amazingly, we're all being paid to be here. Here we go. Jingle jangle. I think that's really cute. Morning, sweetheart. Looking forward to today's shows. Thank you, Josephine. Oh, Josephine's in the West Midlands, my spiritual home. Gorgeous. Brilliant. Keep going through for that. Loads of my stock has gone now. They're flying out. Anne says, morning, lovely, Stuart. Morning, my darling. Kim says, hi, Stuart, morning. You're all out of sync with sound. Oh, no. Do I look like a badly dubbed film today? Is it the internet? I think it's the internet. Carol says, morning, Stuart, looking good as always. Thank you. Take that in spades. I've got a brand new pin badge that Charlie bought for me at the weekend. Look. Oh, hang on, wait a minute. I'll move over. How's that? How's that? Oh, there. Oh, Chris, come on. Brilliant direction today from Chris. Oh. There it is. Because you know me. I love a bear. I do love a bear. I love a bear. And it's a big brown bear. Right. Let's do that. Oh, goodness me. This first hour, it's fabulous. It's fabric. At 9 o'clock, the absolutely amazing Gail Pemberthy is here with Endless Thread. We are launching full sway into Easter and spring with the cutest projects. 10 o'clock, the wonderfully inspiring Janie Burnett Bleach is here with Janie's Originals and Shabby Chic Fabrics. And at 11 o'clock, Gail is back with more Endless Thread. Gosh, I wish it was. At 12 o'clock, we've got Sewing Room Tools. It's a fabulous day. I hope you can stay with me the whole morning. Viv says, yeah, out of sync on YouTube and the app. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope it'll settle down. Try refreshing, maybe. Beck says, morning, lovely Stuart. Looking forward to today's shows. And Jill says, don't tell John. Okay, I'm going to say it really loud now. Don't tell John that you are my favourite. Okay, my darling. Now, this is how to get in touch. Oh, there's my badge. Keep up, Chris. You can email us, studio@sewingstreet.com. You can also message us through Facebook, Sewing Street TV. Or you can shop with us on the website, www.sewingstreet.com. There's our free phone, UK-based customer call as well, 0800 001 4433. If you go to the website, you can shop, you can watch live, you can send a little message there. Judith says, morning, Stuart, from a very foggy Devon. I think the whole country's a bit foggy today, and there was ice on my car. If you want to shop ahead, go to the coming up on today's show. That's what we used to call pre-order. Lots of lovely fabrics. 100-acre wood. The panel's already sold out, but I have got a gorgeous bundle that includes the panel and all the coordinates. Absolutely lovely. We've got lovely backing fabrics. We've got fabrics by the ½ metre. I've also got some absolutely delicious flannels from Riley Blake. Really so soft, so cuddly. Lovely panel there as well from Anne Keegan. Look at that. That is lush. Is that a lady in a teacup drinking a cocktail? I say. I want what she's having. And then look. This is called Sprout. It's a gnome, but he's also a bit like a bunny with and a carrot. Absolutely adorable. We've got stitcheries from Gail. We've got wreaths. Look at these. I mean, how beautiful. Perhaps displayed on a twiggy branch or something like that. Here's Petal Gnome, also a gorgeous wreath. And these are fun projects. Now, Janie's bringing gorgeous Sari silks. There's a Lucky Dip bag. Now, top tip, shop ahead on that. Also on the Sari trim rolls and the leather. Hold it right there. Just go back for me, Hannah. I just want to point out that notebook. Now, here you get the 4 pieces of real leather. You get all your papers. You get your template. You get your thread to make 4 leather-bound notebooks. Just add a needle, right? And is that $24.99? That's my top tip for that hour. I think that's exceptional. Absolutely gorgeous. Loads of good stuff in that hour. Loads of good stuff all day. Sue says, morning, my lovely. Will we be seeing you at the NEC next week? That's from Sue. I'm not sure, Sue. I'm going to try. Not officially, but I am going to try. Claire says, good morning, Stuart. No, good morning, my lovely. Leslie Joy says, morning, Stuart. Yes, I know I'm out of sync. I am out of sync. It's probably just me. It's probably just me. Now, would you like a very, very special treat? You know, last week it was Sewing Street's birthday, and we had loads of really, really good deals, which are all over now, of course. Well, I might just have one thing that I've still got that I'm allowed to tell you about, and that is Gracie. I always call it Gracie. The Grace Cutie Breeze tabletop quilting frame. Now, this is incredible. This allows you to turn your regular sewing machine, any size of sewing machine, into a quilting frame where you move the sewing machine like a long arm, where you move the sewing machine instead of look how easy, look how effortless. And it fits on like a small tabletop. And the best news is you can quilt, any size, because all you do, you literally take the clamps off, pull the quilt along. It's so easy to move the quilt along. Incredible. Now, the full price for this is £999, but our birthday price was £100 less. So happy birthday. Happy birthday. You can still have the £100 off. Now, I've only got really, really low numbers of this left. It's £899, and I don't know if they'll let John or Bex or anybody else have it on another day. I'm thinking not. Apparently today really is the last time. Today really is the last time. So if you want to make that £100 saving, just saying, between us, we've snuck that little birthday deal in today. I'm sounding all conspiratorial, aren't I? Because I am. Because I am. There's lots of videos online, but if you were considering that deal, it's a brilliant, brilliant deal. It's such a cool product. I was absolutely expecting it to be effortless to quilt, okay? But I thought, oh, anything bigger than that frame, it's going to be a real pain to keep moving the quilt along. And I genuinely thought it's not going to be fun. And then when I did the show with Samantha and we got to that point, I thought, oh, here we go, it's going to be difficult. And she literally released the clamp, and I think left one on, and then just held the quilt and literally pulled the whole thing along. It took all of 30 seconds, put the clubs back on, and then back quilting. And it genuinely was that quick and easy. And I thought, well, gosh, there you go. There you go. That's it then. Problem solved. And whatever throat space you've got on your sewing machine is the throat space that you've got to quilt, but not just a little area, the whole width of that frame. The whole width of that frame. So if your machine has got, say, an 8-inch throat space, that is an 8-inch channel, the full width of the sewing machine. I mean, if you went for the new Brother VQ4, that's got an 11 3/4 inch throat space. That is almost as much as a long arm, a professional long arm. I mean, it's just amazing, and everyone can use that technology. So long as your sewing machine can drop the feed dogs, that's it. And as a darning foot, that's it. Absolutely amazing. Anyway, last day, getting £100 off. This is like getting a Festival of Quilts price, but you don't have to wait until August. Split pays available, by the way, £179.80, 5 split pays. Now, taking nothing away, but at Festival, you're not going to have a split pay option. This is a way of spreading the cost over 5 months. You don't have to carry it home. It'll be posted out to you in about 3 to 5 working days. Tempting, isn't it? Jan says, morning, Stuart and everyone. Morning, my love. We've started very bright and breezy today. I'm feeling full of the joys of spring. There's proper spring in the air, isn't there? It is cold early morning, but proper lovely blue skies, sunshine, and snowdrops and daffodils out now, which just fills me with joy. Now, something else that fills me with joy, gorgeous fabric. Gorgeous fabric. And this has got a lovely spring-summer feel to it. Now, this is from Keenan Higgins, and it's called Blossom Brew. Now, it starts off with this rather wonderful, it's not exactly a panel, it's, you've got these different squares, so you cut them up, use them in blocks, you could use them as alternate blocks, you could use it as a panel, but you've got lots and lots of different options. This is a teacup full of happiness. Gorgeous. I have that very coffee pot. Absolutely gorgeous. Although I was looking at coffee pots the other day, which were absolutely fabulous. I think they were, not Yves Saint Laurent, something like that, all painted. Amazing. Fancy coffee pot. I thought, gosh, put that on my stove. It'll be black by the end of the second week. But you've got that, and then you've got 3 coordinating all over prints. Now, I am thinking that it would be rather nice to make things like tea cozy, coffee cozy, maybe a runner, maybe a tray mat, something like that, some coasters. You've got the teacups on pink, 1/2 metre. You've got the all-over teacups. Oh, pin cushions would be fun. Or a sewing machine cover would be really nice. My 2 favourite things, tea and sewing. And then that luscious floral, 1/2 metre of that as well. So it's a nice little group of 4 1/2 metres, because your main sort of pictorial, that's 1/2 metre as well. And then you get 1/2 metre of each of these. Now, I do have limited numbers, but I'm also going to make it a little bit more tempting for you, because why not? Should be £37.96. You're going to make a £5 saving today. £32.96. Now, if you do things like bake sale, if you do a bake sale, or you do like a coffee morning to raise money for your local charity or playgroup or something like that. What about making coasters out of these with a coordinate on the back that you could maybe sell with a cup of coffee or a cup of tea and a biscuit? And you could do it all for like £5, where you might have sold the cup of coffee and the cookie for £2.50. Do it with the coaster for £5. And I would do, if I was making coasters with these, I would bag them out. So this, wadding on the back, and then you want to get 2 rectangles of fabric, a little bit bigger, that you sew together, but leave a gap of about 2.5 or 3 inches in the centre. Lay that on top, sew around the whole and then turn it through the opening. And then you can just slip stitch the back and then just machine top stitch around the outside edge and you're done. Literally about 10 minutes and that coaster would be made. Another thing you could do, what about a little tea bag book or a little tea bag carrier? So you've got little leaves, in a book, and you've got little pockets with different tea bags in. I mean, I am a little bit of a tea snob. I don't know about you, I'm a little bit of a tea snob. For me, it has to be Yorkshire tea. Out of choice, I would always have Yorkshire tea. And I do love an Earl Grey. I also love an Earl Grey, but with milk. I know, sorry. Sorry. I can't do tea without milk. These are gorgeous, aren't they? That's really lovely too. You've got your £5 saving. You're getting 2 meters in total. You've got your 3 gorgeous coordinates. This one's really beautiful, isn't it? And if you wanted to extend the whole, you could just add in some solids. Like I've got some coordinating solids here, which go really nicely. You could add those in, and if you wanted to get more use out of your fabric, then I would just add in some solids. Gorgeous, gorgeous. 32.96, very important message. Morning, Stuart. Oh yes, always Yorkshire tea. Chrissy, you're not wrong. Yeah, I think we can all agree. No, but you have your favourites, don't you? I know some people it's a different brand, but I think if you once you try good old Yorkshire tea. I mean, Hannah will drink anything as long as it's hot, wet, and preferably in a mug. But, I mean, not that fussy. Oh, Georgina says, good morning, Stuart and team, from cold but sunny Rugby. Cold but sunny is fine, isn't it? I'll take that. Delia says, morning, Stuart and all. Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday, indeed. It's hump day. Kate says, morning from sunny Staffordshire. Stuart, you add to the sunshine this morning. I hope so. I do hope so. There was frost all over my car this morning. But I have started off my seed trays this week. So I've got them cooking. So, you know, next step spring. Morning, Stuart. Oh, this is a happy post. I finally retired from the NHS yesterday, so it's all so now. Earl Grey for me. Oh, Carolyn. Well, first of all, thank you for years of service for us all in the NHS, but also congratulations. Happy retirement to you. Oh, all that sewing, all those gorgeous projects. Just thrilled for you. Enjoy. We're not jealous, except we are a little bit. Definitely Earl and Lady Grey. Oh, yes, with a splash of milk. Thank you, Susan. I'm glad it's not just me. I can't drink tea or coffee without a little bit of milk. Well, a lot of milk, actually. Quite milky. No, I like it strong, but milky. Usually when I say I like tea milky, weakest, most awful, like hot water and milk combination. So I always have to say strong, but also milky. So I know it sounds contrary. It sounds contrary, but it's not. You brew the tea really well, give it a good squeeze, and then add plenty of milk. It's easy. Now, that solid bundle I showed you a second ago, very yummy. I've got a couple actually. It's this with the 3, £11.97, brilliant value. You get half a metre of each of these 3 really gorgeous spring colours. Or I say Hannah's in one today, £9.99. There you go. That's a £2 saving, just about £1.99 saving. Brilliant. Well, this is spring. This is Easter, just like that, isn't it? Isn't it funny how colours just are so, you know, evocative of a season or a thing? This to me is totally Easter eggs. Yeah? Easter eggs. Perfect. What colours have we got here? Buttercup. This is baby blue, candy blue, and blush. 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 erythema. That's the technical term for blushing or reddened skin, erythema. It is. Jan says, I'm getting ready to go to my today. A bit controversial though, Jan. I'm taking crochet for when I get up with the embroidery. Oh dear, don't set yourself up like that, Jan. You might want to embroider all day. Third of the stocks just gone into baskets. It's absolutely flying out. It's Easter, it's Easter, it's Easter, isn't it? Completely. Little Easter bags. Tracy says, morning, Stuart. My preferred tea is always Yorkshire tea. 2, hurrah. Georgina says, we used to call strong but milky tea builder's tea. I always think builder's tea is just really strong. I don't want it really strong with a little milk. It's got to have lots of milk. I don't know, I'm weird. Mo says, morning, handsome. Just loving that. It's dry, but chilly in Dumfries. Dry is good. Dry is good too, isn't it? Yeah. Viv says, I'm with you, Stuart. I drink Earl Grey, but also milk. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing. It's fine. Oh, I did my lunch early the other day, Hannah. I'd put a post, I'd collected the eggs from the girls and then straight in the pan, boiled, smashed it with mayonnaise into a sandwich. I'd eaten them by 10 o'clock. No, you absolutely can. I've got another solids bundle. Oh, this is really lovely. This is like soft Easter. Beautiful. You're already saving £2 on this. 13.6. Now I just look, actually, I'm just going to put the others there for a second. They'd all go together absolutely beautifully. You could get both bundles. And if you got both bundles, wouldn't that be less than £25? Or about that? Amazing value. Yeah, £9.99 for the 3, £13.96 for these 4. Just slightly softer colours. There you go. Oh, I think we've got Easter sorted, haven't we? And colour-wise here, what do we have? Is that lavender? Or is that... Sorry. Lavender. Lavender. Cloud. Cream. And pink. There we go. Very nice. Very nice. Ah, Hilary, morning. She says, hello, lovely. Just going shopping. I'll catch up with you later. Okay, get something lovely. Tell me what you buy. Jan says, we have Essex tea. It's brewed especially for the Essex water. Oh, interesting. My dad was an Essex boy. Ah, Tina says, morning, Stuart, from Tina in Nuneaton. Good morning, my lovely. Oh, Beck says, I used to drink tea by the bucket, then became allergic to the tannin. Oh dear. So I can only drink Red Bush now, but I still love a brew. Oh no, I love Red Bush. Deputy Jones sometimes makes me a Red Bush, and absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Love that. Really soft and subtle. My numbers are dwindling. My numbers are dwindling. Ah, Claire says, your post actually inspired egg mayo sandwiches for lunch yesterday. I couldn't contemplate anything else. It's awful, isn't it? It's like when you went on a school trip when you were little, and literally as the bus pulled out of the school, there'd be somebody at the back getting their egg sandwiches out, stinking out the whole... But also, you know, you just couldn't wait to eat your packed lunch. There was something so exciting. Ah, happy days. Right. Let's do, oh yes, so this panel, the Keenan Higgins, is available as a ½ metre cut. Now, this is cut at 58 centimetres so that you get the full squares on. Because if this was cut at ½ metre, it would be cut there, which wouldn't be fun. So instead, it's being cut like that. If you multiply, they will be pre-cut, by the way, just so you know. Lots of ways you can use these, though. They'd be really nice. You could make placemats out of 6 or square. You could make really nice square baskets. You could do the centre of a cushion with a little border and then maybe the coordinates around it. I don't have very many of these and half the stock's gone. Check out your baskets, won't you? She looks like a free spirit, doesn't she? All cross-legged and flower-wreathed and just sitting in nature. There's something incredibly grounding about being in nature, isn't there? Being in the garden, being outside, but barefoot. You need to be barefoot. I think you need to feel the ground on your feet. I'm barefoot most of the year. That's why I'm so grounded. Imagine if I didn't. What I'd be like. No, I do. I love being barefoot. Sorry if that's a horrible image. Right, can we do this one next, please? Because I think it's lovely. This would be such a gorgeous fabric to use as inspiration for a quilt. Lots and lots of beautiful soft shades going on there, and just go to your stash and see what you've got. Add some solids, add some tonals. Oh, Andrew's asked a good question. Morning, Stuart. What do you recommend as wadding for coasters, please? I've had problems with heat stains, even with Thermolan. Thank you. I think if you're going to do... I think you've always got to be a little bit careful with sort of heating through. You can use... Thermolam is heat insulating, but that's really to kind of keep the heat in something like a lunch bag or in clothing. Whereas something like the metal... what's that one called? Haven't we? Insulbright reflects the heat back. So that probably better for coasters. Also, I like to double layer when I'm doing coasters. I'll put a double layer in as well, just to be on the safe side. Or you could even put your layer of Thermolam or wadding or whatever, and then actually put a layer of felt, which is also very insulating as well. It's just about getting that sort of, yeah, like a wool felt or an acrylic felt, to be fair. It's just having that extra layer. You could actually put your Thermolam, have your felt on the back, and then bind or turn through. So you've got felt on one side, Thermolam in the middle, or wadding or whatever, and then your fabric on top. So try layering up. Lisa says, when I had chickens, I would literally wait by Gertie to lay her egg. Literally egging her on. I added that bit in. She used to like to sit on my lap. I'd take the egg, still very warm, run into the kitchen and into a waiting frying pan for a drippy egg sandwich. Oh, Lisa, you really have painted a picture there. Drippy egg. Gorgeous. I love it. I love it. Well, that's Charlie's favourite breakfast, fried egg sandwich. I was 19 before I tried a fried egg. I just offer that up. I had never eaten a fried egg until I was 19. I didn't like the look. I didn't even like the thought of one. I'm not massively keen now, to be fair, but I'd have eggs in I'd have egg in cake form, obviously. Hard-boiled egg was fine, but not fried egg. There we go. Beautiful. Love that. That's got a sort of almost like a little egg yolk background, hasn't it? Right, next one, teacups. Teacups. There we go. Now, obviously with tea, I was virtually weaned tea. Tea was something back in the day. I don't know if people do it now, but they used to put tea in babies' bottles. Well, because it was the drink that everyone drank. Yeah, that's true. Hey, folks at home, back me up here. Wasn't it? Tea was put in babies' bottles. All this modern thing about water, goodness me, no. Back in the days, it was tea. Oh, Princess, I think a lot of people are having problems with the lip syncing. I am literally lip syncing for my life here. No, the sound is a bit out of sync. I'm sorry if that's annoying. All we can try and do is turn the internet on and off. So, no. Turn it off and then turn it back on again and hopefully, apparently. Are we back on? And welcome back. And welcome back. Are we back? Okay. We don't do anything quickly, do you? Oh, I've lost Facebook now. Oh, here we go. No, I'm back, I'm back. Well, fingers crossed. Hopefully that's sorted it. That's all Hannah can do. She literally has no more power than that. Oh. Come on. Where are my messages? Oh, got you. Okay, right. Okay, right. Teacups, teacups, teacups. They're cute, aren't they? Love that. Oh, I have got the old comments back, actually. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. And then, oh, that's lovely too. Teacups with flowers. A message. Here we go. Thank you. Oh dear. Oh, she says I was given tea in a bottle till I was 5. I hate tea now. I never drink it. Oh, Betty, I feel like I need to have you round for a tea and get you back into it. Hi, Stuart. I drank tea out of a baby's bottle. I'm 44. Thank you, Jamie. Good. Up until what point, Jamie? I drank tea out of a baby's bottle until I was 44. Good morning, Stuart. I have 4 children, and all of them had a bottle of milky tea each morning, and they loved it. Oh, Claudia, you're adorable. I want to be one of your children. Oh, a big bottle of milky tea that you've just... Gorgeous. Morning, Stuart. All my babies had tea in their bottles. My 11-year-old son just loves tea and won't drink anything else. Yay! Love it. That's our Susie Duncan. I love it. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Beautiful cup of tea. Good morning, Stuart. I gave my children tea and a little honey in a bottle in the winter. They loved it. That's Punham. Absolutely. Absolutely. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Of course, we all drank tea with sugar, didn't we, back in the day? Very unusual these days. Princess says, thanks for that. I was beginning to think it was me. Has that sorted out the problem now? Fingers and toes. Christine says, morning, Stuart. Counting down the day until Charlie comes out of hibernation. Oh, he's the family tortoise. Sorry, I thought you meant my Charlie then. I always think of him every time you mention your other. Joe says, morning, Stuart. I missed the start of the show. What's the quilt behind you, please? Well, I'm glad you asked. This is actually going to be on tomorrow. The crafty lass, Paula Milner, is here with her brand new fabric range. Absolutely gorgeous. And I've made that quilt because she's my mate and I love the fabric, but also I've used my stepping out pattern. So we're both going to be on tomorrow with Bex and I'm going to be showing you how, and we've got kits and it's going to be lush. If you're ready for spring and summer, hello, I've got the quilt version. Thank you for that. Oh, it hasn't sorted it out. Oh, Princess, I'm sorry. I don't know what we can do, really. Sorry. I don't know. I don't think there's anything else that we can do our end, but we will report it and hopefully IT will do something. Right, that's that. Can we do 100? Oh, yeah, of course. Mega bundle. Little over 2 meters. So you've got your 3.5 meters of these gorgeous coordinates, and then you've got your 58 centimeter cut of this fabulous print that has all these different special motifs. These could be pin cushions, coasters, placemats. You could use 4 for the center of a cushion. However you want to do it, absolutely brill. It's gorgeous, isn't it? And you get loads of images. You get 4 by 7, so 28 of these images. Beck says, my son's 30 and he had milky Yorkshire in a bottle. Perfect. That's how you do it. Julie says, morning, lovely. My 4 children all had tea in their bottles when they were little and they still love tea. So do my grandchildren. I think you've got to start them when they're young. You've got to start them when they're young. I can't repeat that. Ah, right, let's do Riley Blake Extra Wise. Oh, these are gorgeous. These are absolutely gorgeous. I think that Jane Greenough would approve of these, and as soon as you see them, you'll understand what I mean. Because look, they look a bit like cross, don't they? In fact, you could even put cross stitch on these. If you wanted to use a bit of this for a bag, I'd get in there with some threads and cross stitch. This is extra wide backing fabric from Riley Blake. It's from the Laurie Holt Merkin collection. And you've got this wonderful sort of vintage cross stitch look. I mean, this would be gorgeous to make a duvet cover, pillowcases. You could really go to town with this in a bedroom. It's beautiful, especially if you had a bit of a vintage look. What about covering a headboard? You could also use the fact that you've got this cross hatching already marked out. You could tape and do a notice board. You could button through the centres. You could also, if you're using this on the back of a quilt, you could actually quilt from the back and use these lines. Now, I probably wouldn't only quilt there and there. I might even quilt just about 1/8 of an inch either side of the lines in both directions, and that would give a gorgeous double crosshatch effect on the front. This would work so well for this. Both the quilting and the backing. Wow, yummy. So that's the first colour I've got, which is called Multi. On almost like a sort of a soft, almost salmony pink. Now, I've got another pinky one. Oh, this is beautiful. Oh, this is really lovely. This is so kind of vintage bedroom, isn't it? I think that's gorgeous. But equally, if you wanted to make a table, we've been talking a lot about tea this morning. If you wanted to make yourself a gorgeous tablecloth, I mean, just 1.5 meters of this and hem it. Or if you wanted to do a circular tablecloth, again, fold it, draw your circle with your arc, you know, and cut it out, hem it, or bind the edge. You could bind the edge instead. But you could do that, couldn't you? Or if you wanted to refresh the garden furniture, this would be smashing. And it's a very economical way because, look, this is what you get in 1/2 metre. It's 108 inches wide. And you get all of this, that's way. Look, all of this for £14.99. You get loads. You get absolutely loads. Right, my third colourway is my favourite. It's kind of blues and a little bit of golden yellow. Beautiful. This would make me redecorate. This would make me, look at that. Isn't that nice? Really gorgeous. Just cushions would be lovely, actually, with a bobble trim. You could do bobble trim or a little covered piping cord, something like that. Yeah, really, really love this. I mean, I love Laurie Holt. I love what she does. And I think we're going to be getting some more of her fabrics in. I'm hoping so. Really rate her. Now, a little bit earlier on, I showed you this gorgeous selection of 4 spring-coloured pastel solids. You get a whole 2 meters of fabric here, saving £2, £13.96. You've got cream, you've got pink, you've got lavender, and you've got cloud. Just really beautiful, fresh, spring, Easter colours, gentle. Nice baby colours as well, aren't they? If you were doing something like a baby quilt, these would be lovely. Perfect. Right, now let's do 100-acre wood. Now you know who lives in 100-acre wood, right? This is adorable. It's an adorable, adorable bundle. I'm going to show you the coordinates really quickly first because they're so beautiful, and then I'll show you the panel. We are super. I've got 2 of these bundles left, so I'm going to show you. So we've got these little all over pictorials. There's Baby Roo and Kanga. There's Eeyore. There's a gorgeous little Winnie the Pooh. There's Tigger. There's Piglet on green. Ah, need this. Look. Absolutely gorgeous. Wildflowers. That's a gorgeous fabric. That is gorgeous. Really, Tigger. Oh, and also, I love the brightness of these colours. Look at that green. They could have gone super pastel. I'm glad they didn't. They've gone real kind of like 1950s children's picture book bright. I think they're gorgeous. There's Tigger on blue. And then there's Winnie the Pooh on cream. Right, so those are all your coordinates. While we're there, I'm just going to grab this solid bundle again because perfect, perfect, perfect. I've got one bundle left. I've got one bundle left. You're saving half a metre. You're paying the final price of £71.92, everyone that's bought this. And then look, so today is my new favourite day. That's a quote from A.A. Milne. And here's the panel. You've got this fabulous, large pictorial scenic of the whole crew. You've got owl there as well. So lovely. And then look at these lovely borders. It's sold out. It has sold out now. Well done. Now, while I've got those fabrics out, anyone who's bought this bundle, doesn't this little bundle of 3 for £9.99 go so perfectly? So perfectly. You did well there, Hannah. Really well. Beck says, I need a Tigger backpack in my life. You so do. There's a really easy pattern in Bags for Life. The everyday work bag, it's super easy. It's like a real simple backpack. Would work so well with this. Kirsty says, I call all owls walls. That's exactly what I do, Kirsty. I always say a wall because and that is what Owl puts on the wooden nameplate outside his house. True enough, I love it. Wall. Yeah, I was thinking exactly the same thing. Beautiful. Really lovely. These come individually as well. Let's start with this one. We'll start with this one here. So you've got that gorgeous, absolutely beautiful shade of green, isn't it? So beautiful. And then you've got all of the different characters who live in the 100-acre wood. And can I say as well, I really like that this is different to the Disney version. I really like that. Super recognisable, totally recognisable as all the characters, but it's not Disney. It's not Disney. And I don't know, I can't say I know for sure, but I think this is not licensed. This is just a designer range. So I think to make and sell, you can't make and sell if it's licensed images. Yeah? And who is copyright free? Not the Disney version, of course, because they own those images, but Winnie the Pooh. So you could make and sell. You could make and sell. You could make and sell. Beautiful. I think I need this fabric in my life. The blue, I don't know, even more adorable. No, not more adorable, as adorable. Again, it's just so lovely and fresh, isn't it, and summery. It's just reminiscent of endless summer days, picnicking, walking in the sunshine. I love it. Hunting for heffalumps. Indeed. It's gorgeous. I've got so little. I've only got 6.5 meters of this fabric left. This would make a beautiful quilt just on its own. You could have this. You could put a simple border around the outside, quilt it, and bind it. That's all you need to do. What about some baby's bibs? Let's do Tigger on blue. Tigger on blue. Tigger. Oh, so cute. What about little lounge pants? Or a little shirt to go with denim dungarees? For me, I mean, I'm not talking about for a small child, I'm talking about a little shirt for me. Oh, yeah. Yeah, gorgeous. Oh, no, it's so cute. Really cute. You could do lovely storage baskets or tubs for a nursery or a children's room. That would be yummy. It's gorgeous. Got another colourway actually of that, Tigger on yellow, which again, if you need some brightness, some positivity in your life, you need yellow. It's gorgeous. It's so summery. A gym bag to motivate yourself. I'm going to be like Tigger, come on. Yeah, it actually goes really nicely, look, with my early bird today. Oh, he's unpicking again. Oh, yummy. Let's do these gorgeous flowers now. These are just, I mean, these would work in so many different projects, wouldn't they? Not necessarily with the rest of the fabric even. Let's do the blue first. Got some gorgeous, and little bees, of course, and butterflies. I'm sold. I love it. Love it, yeah. Little quilted wash bag or makeup bag would be lovely. So many of our viewers were brought up on bottles of tea. It's extraordinary. A laundry basket liner or a laundry bag. I think lounge pants, again, in this would be lovely. And then you could swap a t-shirt in red or purple or yellow or green. Just be aware I'm low numbers on all of these. I haven't got a lot of any of these. On green, this is my favourite shade of green today. My goodness me, that is beautiful. Such an energetic shade. Beautiful. Yeah, like lemons. Oh, I love lemongrass. And finishing off with the main character himself, Winnie the Pooh, on pink or on cream. Again, I think little lounge pants would be adorable. Beautiful. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, everybody. I can't repeat what I'm being told in my ears. It's just awful. It's awful. Pity me. $7.99. You can probably imagine, can't you, what I'm being told? Oh, you could make boxer shorts out of them. Yeah, they're going there. Yeah, 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 yeah. Stop it. Stop it. You are naughty. Right, there we go. Ah, brilliant. On pink. Gorgeous. Stop it now. Right, get this right. Stop it now. I insist. Right, flannel. Oh, These are absolutely lush. Please don't think of flannel fabrics as being only for winter. They're absolutely not. These are cut to order by the ½ metre. Again, for things like, if you like doing wool felt applique or applique at all, this is such a lovely background. Yeah, they're 100% we've got this one first, the gridlock in cream. Isn't that gorgeous? You just got that lovely sort of slightly flocky feeling to it. It just feels so yummy. You can use it on the back of quilts, which is lovely. It just adds that extra dimension. You can also use it for, you know, as I said, background for piecing, for applique. It's absolutely beautiful as well. It's just really soft and tactile and lovely for dressmaking too. Really nice for something like pyjama bottoms. We've also got the crown's tooth. That's really gorgeous. I mean, personally, I love this dark grey as well. I think that would be super used. Absolutely gorgeous. We've got a blue, we've got a green, we've got a red, and we've got a charcoal. And then in the other kind of window pane, they're beautiful, aren't they? Have a look on the website anyway. You ain't nothing but a hound's tooth. Da, 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 da. Well, you ain't never caught a rabbit and you ain't no friend of mine. That's quite specific, isn't it? If you're picking your friends. Oh, I'm sorry. You've never caught a rabbit. We can't be friends. I'm so sorry. So sorry. Right. Now, I mentioned right at the top of the hour the Grace Cutie frame, which on the sly, I'm letting you have at the birthday price. It should be £999. Today is the last day I can do that, but we're knocking that £100 off. It's the birthday price. It's a show price, really, isn't it? You might have to wait until Festival of Quilts, and I bet you won't get 5 split pays there. But you can get 5 split pays with us, 0% interest. You don't have to go through a credit check or even fill in a form. You can put your own sewing machine. The only thing your sewing machine's got to be able to do is drop the feed dogs. That's all, okay? And you can use it to long arm quilt your quilt. And not just the same size as the frame, any size. King size, queen size, doubles, you name it. But you can also quilt a cushion cover on there as well. Well done if you've just checked out your basket. You've got a Grace Cutie frame winging its way to you. Absolutely fabulous. And they are so easy to use. An absolute dream. They're the dream. You can move your sewing machine with your fingertips. It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Well, thank you very much for sticking with me over the last hour. We have had a giggle. Now, after the break, I am joined by the fabulously inspiring Gail Pemberthy, who has got endless thread. Imagine that, endless thread, and the cutest spring and Easter projects. Can't wait for this. See you after the break.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
So have you heard of the sewing term fat quarter? A fat quarter is a rectangular piece of fabric, usually measuring 18 inches by 22 inches. It's called a fat quarter because it's a quarter of the fabric on a roll or bolt, and because they're pre-cut, no need to measure or trim. You can find fat quarters in different styles, plain, pattern, or even bundled together in matching sets. So now you know what a fat quarter is.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, products and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Gail Pemberthy, everyone. Hey, Gail. How you doing?
Great, thanks.
Oh, you've done it again.
Thank
You
you.
totally wowed us with your Christmas projects, and I have been excited about Easter ever since, purely because of Gail Pemberthy from Endless Threads. Look at these. Look at these. Well, we've got so much in this hour. Have a look at these. We're going to start with these fabulous Stitchery doodahs. I mean, look at this. You can make all 9 Stitchery doodahs. They are absolutely gorgeous. You could be hanging these on bare branches. You could be hanging them off key fobs. You could be using them to decorate a little tree. You could use them on napkins. You could gift them as an alternative or with an Easter egg or a bottle of wine. All sorts of different features. They're all different. You've got little gnomes. You've got little bunny rabbits, of course. You've got toads. You've got Easter eggs. They're just deliciously picked out in simple backstitch and French knots. Easy stitching, but what a gorgeous project. Now, I've got a full kit here, brilliantly put together by Gail. Inside there, you've got all your different felts. In fact, I'm going to open this up so you can see what's inside. You've got absolutely loads. And look at the price, what an amazing price. You've got ribbons, you've got your gorgeous lurex twine, you've got little charms.
Yep.
You've also got your piece of cotton and all these different shades of felt, big pieces. And Gail, you always use lovely quality felt as well.
Yeah, it's a really nice felt. Works perfectly. Good, really easy to sew through, machine or hand stitch.
Brilliant.
And there's also, you might not be aware, there's 2 sheets of freezer paper in there as well. So the 2 blank sheets at the end are freezer paper. And when I come to demo, I'll explain what I did with the freezer paper for you. And you get 12 designs in there in total, I think, if I...
Oh, amazing. Look, you get more, you get extras.
Yes.
I love you. Happy Easter. Really cute designs. These are lovely. Absolutely gorgeous. And I just love the frames as well. You get the flower, you get the heart, and you get the egg as well. So all you have to do is add some embroidery floss.
Yeah, yeah. So I didn't bother putting the embroidery floss in this time because, you know, we traditionally tend to do red work, don't we? And use a lot of red thread. But I thought with spring, it's quite nice to use lots of other colours. So, and most people have got a little bit of embroidery floss in their stash, haven't they?
Agreed, absolutely. And Gail's picked out things like the greys and the pinks, soft blues, a little bit of lavender in there as well. Just so cute. Love the little charms, love the little ribbons. You get all of these. You get your little twine, your lurex twine to create your hanging loops as well. So this bit's hand stitched, and you get your fabric, your background fabric, and then this part here where it's blanket stitched, you could either do that by hand or machine, couldn't you?
So I did it by machine, just for speed, and I quite like the accuracy of the machine, but most people tend to do it by hand. So yeah, I think it's a nice little project to take with you, you know, on the move and that.
Completely.
And also when I come to demo and that, you can use the frames for other things. So maybe fussy cut fabric. So if you've got a nice Easter fabric, you could be fussy cutting the fabric to go in the frames, or you could put pictures in the frames, you know. And yeah, so lots of options. I think they make really good gift tags. I think they're nice to, if you're giving somebody an Easter egg for Christmas, then why wouldn't you them an Easter, an Easter tag.
Oh, look at that. That's so clever. Now, Chris, our director, has just had a moment of inspiration. Doesn't happen that often, Gail. He said, could you stuff them? Could you do back to back and then stuff them?
Yeah, so you could stuff them, and then you could add decoration to the felt. You know, you could do a lot of hand stitching. And then when I come to demo, I'll just show you that I made one. I put a little bit of net in there, and then
Forget the net, you've put chocolates in there, Gail.
And then popped a few chocolates in there. So there's lots of things you can do. We've got glitter felt on the show as well, but I did some with glitter felt. So with the I Love You, you can, use that up for Valentine's. I know we're past Valentine's and that now, but I try to think about...
I love yous for all year round.
Exactly. So I try to think with a project, when you've invested in a pattern and everything, you want to get your money's worth, don't you?
Yeah, of
so
course
so you want to be able to use it for all different times and that.
Yeah.
So there's lots of extra things you can do within the pattern that we can talk about.
Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Well, if you want to get your kit, be quick. It's $17.99. You get your full instructions, your templates as well for 12 different embroidery designs. You get all of your making up instructions as well. Lots of great instructions, lots of pictures, lots of inspiration. Really extensive, that. And you also get your freezer paper. Gail's going to explain what that's for in just a moment. And then you get your background fabric for all of your embroideries. This will do 9.
Yeah.
Enough fabric for 9. And then you've also got, oodles of felt.
Yeah, there's
oodles
plenty
of felt
in there to make way over 9 of them.
Way more than you need. You also get your lurex twine, you get some ribbon bows, and you also get some gorgeous little metal charms as well to decorate and add to your gorgeous little stitcheries. There's so much detail in your kit, Gail.
Thank you. Well, I like to try to think of everything, because then you can just get the kit home and then just get on with it, can't you?
You can totally reproduce what you've made. But of course, as well, loads of opportunities for personalising. If you've got any little special buttons or beads, or you want to adapt the pattern slightly. Now, you get your frame templates within your pattern to draw around. However, Gail, genius as always, you come up with a crafty and clever solution to make it easier. And we've got these brilliant plastic template sets. Now here, I think these are really useful shapes because look, you've got your flower with your centre cut, but you've also got a circle plate. How useful are those for a plique generally? Yeah. You've got your double heart, inside, outside. In fact, they're all year round, so useful. And then, now, although this, in this context, is egg-shaped, it's also just a gorgeous oval frame.
Yeah.
Such a classic sort of picture frame, isn't it?
Exactly. And they're so handy, like you said, perfect for applique. You can trace around them and use the shapes. And the good thing with the shapes, one of the reasons I left the centre in them is, sometimes when you've got a template and it's just a narrow, there's nowhere to put your fingers, is there, when you're tracing around there. So with the centre in there as well, you can leave your fingers on the piece in the centre, and it makes it easy to draw around, with the centre still being in there. And obviously you can remove it. you don't have to buy the templates, but I think, you know, once you've got templates in your stash, it makes it so easy and so accurate to draw around them. They're always to hand, and even with the heart, you can, if you repeat it 4 times, you know, you've got that flower pattern then, haven't you? And then with the circle, then you can draw around the circle, and then you've got the circle to go in the middle.
Clever idea.
Yeah, so once you...
Or for St. Patrick's Day, you could do your 4-leaf clover,
yeah.
couldn't you?
Exactly, and I think once you've got something like that in your stash, templates, they don't go out of date, do they?
No
they're there forever. And you could add a few little... lots of people got the little glue dots and things, haven't they, to stop them shifting around.
Yeah.
So you could add a few of those to the
Or even a little
templates.
spritz of 404 if you want to make them non-slip. Little spritz of 404 spray on the back. They work brilliantly anyway. These are great. I love these. And they've got a little hole drilled as well. So you could put these on like a little key ring, couldn't you? Like a split ring.
Yeah. So and I left the little dot in there so you can mark it for where you put your tags and that. But
is that? Of course. Well, of course.
Yeah. So that was my thinking behind there. And that,
but also you can put them on a key ring.
You can. Well, and I think they'd make quite nice bag charms, wouldn't they?
Oh, it's a lovely, yeah.
So
Oh, if you're a bag maker, can you imagine using like the heart, but cutting it out of leather?
Leather, exactly.
We've got leather scrap bags at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I know. Well,
just saying.
Yeah. So she's got some beautiful leather as well.
Yeah.
So that would work perfectly.
It's a great idea.
And then you can put things in there. I mean, you can make it into a luggage label, can't you?
Totally.
You know, if you left the top open, then you could.
Frame.
You got the frame and that. You can use. I'm sure you sell it on here as well. You know, you can have the plastic fabric and stuff.
The vinyl.
Yeah, the vinyl. That's the word I was looking for.
Gift tags.
Yes.
When everyone's checked out their baskets, we've sold out of these. There is still an opportunity to get it in your basket and check out if you're quick. But everything that I've got remaining stock is in baskets or checked out. Well done if you're checking out your basket right now. I can see if you are now. Very, very well done. Now, Collector from East Riding says, what it is, I love your kits. Really good ideas and instructions. I can't decide which to buy. Well, I'm with you there. Do you have an angel policy for your kits?
I'm happy for you to make as many as you want. You can make whatever you want. You just can't copy the pattern.
Fine.
So
and you can sell for profit?
Yes, of course. You can.
Amazing. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I think that, you know, we haven't got an infinite amount of money, have we, all of us?
Sure.
So we want to fund our hobby as well.
Totally.
And over the years, I've done that. I've made and sold and whatever. So, yeah, so I'm more than happy for you to make whatever you want, sell it for charity or for yourself. And then we've got money to buy more fabric.
Then we've got money to buy more fabric. Jenny from Hampshire says, I help out with my local rainbows and brownies. Would you say these were suitable for them, for rainbows and brownies to make?
Definitely.
It'd be gorgeous, wouldn't it?
And also, the beauty is, so I didn't go with pre-printed fabric this time, so you can trace yourself. Mm-hmm. And then if you want to put less detail into the red work, so if you want to leave out some of the little intricate bits for the children and that, then you can. And also, they can just draw the images if they want.
It'd be really fun. Draw them and colour them in.
Exactly. And the felt is so soft, so it's lovely to sew. Yeah. And it's a great way to start, isn't it? Because you've got no fraying or anything.
Perfect.
So a perfect, I think felt's a good introductory level for children and that as well. So
I agree. Yeah. You could do bunting with these. There's so many. You could combine some of the images as well to make perhaps a larger embroidery. The kit's amazing value. Amazing value. You get all of your twine, your charms, your ribbons to embellish. You get all these beautiful pieces of gorgeous quality felt. The plastic templates have sold out, but the good news is you get your full instructions, including the outlines for those frames included. You just trace them. You get your background for your embroidery. You get your freezer paper. You get all of your designs printed as well. I'd be tempted to put a little tiny pom-pom on the tail.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
Make it a bit 3D. There are your frames. So you can still do it without the plastic frames, and then full instructions as well. It's a brilliant value kit for $17.99. Brilliant price. Brilliant price. So much there. But of course, feel free to dip into your stash if you've got little embellishments or special buttons that you can add in. Now, if you want the pattern on its own, if you've got a great selection of felts and bits and bobs at home, it's not $40.99, ignore that, it's a glitch, it's a glitch. $9.99, thank you, that's better. You can get the full pattern for $9.99. So included in there, look, you've got, in fact, sorry, it's not that, it's this.
Yes, it's a very beautifully printed pattern.
There we go, look. Ah, that's gorgeous. So you get all of your projects photographed on the front and then look inside. Full instructions, how to do your stitching, how to create the frames, how to mount them, how to make up the project, okay? But also, look, all of these embroideries would be so much fun to use these in quilt blocks, or you could embroider them on a pocket.
Yeah.
All of these as well. I love you, happy Easter. There's where I'd put my little pom-pom. You've also got your frames, the flower, the oval / egg, and the heart. And as you said, so many different ways that you can actually use these frames, not just these stitcheries.
Exactly, and it's something you can go back to time and time again, using the little stitcheries, like you said, on lots of other little projects and that.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I think a fun project to just sit at home with.
Yeah.
You know, you can do one of those just while you're watching the TV, can't you? Once you've traced them off.
Now, with that in mind, you've got a little demo for us of the Stitchery Doodah.
Just a quick little demo to just cover a few of the aspects. So I know we mentioned the acrylic templates and we've sold them, but I want to reassure the review how easy you can do paper or card templates as well. So my favourite is when I've got my templates, okay, at home, I'll get a glue stick. So, you know, ones that are like a lipstick.
Yep.
And then I put lots of glue all over the back of the paper, and then you'll see that I'll glue the template to card. Now, don't cut out the template and then glue it to card. Glue it to card before you cut it out. And then that way, when you cut the template out, okay, you will have a lovely stiff template, and it will be the exact size, you know, because you don't want to be trimming like extra bits off. Now, there's two ways you can use the templates, whether it be the acrylic or the cardboard one. You can lay it onto your felt, and then you can take whatever marking tool you want to draw around there. Or you can do, which is what my favourite technique is, in your kit, you're going to have 2 sheets of freezer paper. Now, your freezer paper, when you have a look, have a wax coating on one side and just normal paper on the other side. And a bit like Heat and Bond and Bond-A-Web and all of those things, we always work on the paper side, okay? So you've got 2 options. You either lay your pattern over your paper, okay, and then trace your design on there. Or I find it easier to actually lay the template onto the paper, and then you can draw around there. So you can draw your shapes onto your felt, like so, onto your paper, and then draw around the centerpiece. And then you're going to cut out your shape with a pair of scissors, okay? And then we're going to iron it onto some felt. So let me just bring the ironing board across a little second here. So now you can see here's my shape cut out of my freezer paper, okay, with the wax coating on the back. I'm going to lay it onto my felt. Now, it's acrylic felt, so we all know that if we leave a hot iron on there for long enough, we can melt it.
Yeah, definitely.
And we don't want to do that. So a little bit of advice is sometimes always worth putting a pressing cloth or just a little piece of calico or something on the top, and we just quickly put the iron over the top of that. It should only take a few seconds, and then you'll find that your paper is adhered to the felt nicely.
My favourite template material freezer
Oh, is it?
paper. I use it so much.
I love it. And you can buy it in A4 sheets, or you can buy it on a roll.
Well, funnily you should say that, Gail, because I've
As if
got the
by
roll
magic.
right here. It's $7.40, and for that you get, I think it's 50 square feet, isn't it? Yeah, 50 square feet, 12 metres for $7.49. We are so competitive on this. If you have a look elsewhere, for example, this Hobbycraft, £11. It's gone up. It was £10.50.
Wow.
£11. We're $7.49. That's our regular everyday price. And you get 50 square feet. Brilliant.
Yeah,
Brilliant. If you're getting the instructions on their own, I would strongly recommend you get this. Also, as well, if you're loving the quilt that's hanging behind Gail now, it's called Vintage Red. I'm going to bring that tomorrow. And freezer paper, very useful. Very useful. As a template material. Just mention that.
Yeah, I use freezer paper for lots of things. I've used it for, what is it?
Applique?
Yeah, applique. I use it to mark quilts, you know, for quilting.
Yes.
And I use it for, I'm trying to think of the words, FPP, isn't it?
Yeah.
They call it now, you know. So
I use them for dressmaking templates as well.
Oh, do you? Yeah.
Just where I don't want to use pattern weights, or I don't want to pin around or pinning. It's much faster.
Yeah, it's so quick with freezer paper. And also, if you cut it to size, you can put it through your printer.
Yep.
So I pop it through my printer, and then I print directly onto it. And I have used freezer paper. I've done some pre-printed ones for some of the other patterns coming up. So you can see by using the freezer paper, look at that. It looks like I've die cut it, doesn't
Perfect.
it? And what the freezer paper does is it gives the felt a little bit of stability when you're cutting it. So you can use, once you've peeled it off, you can actually lay it back onto your felt, and then you can press it on there again. It's now stuck on again. And then you can use it again and peel it off. They normally work about 10 times before it runs out. Then, so when you do your designs, okay, so in your pattern, you'll have all the lovely designs. You can see I've got 6 of them here that I've drawn out. You can, the fabric's nice and lightweight, so you'll just be able to put the drawing underneath there and then just trace, or you could use a light box. And you'll find in the pattern, I don't put any back sheet to the pattern, so if you want to use a light box, you haven't got words or whatever coming through. So that's why the back of the page is blank, so you don't have a problem. Also, do you ever do sticking it to windows? I stick them to windows and things as well.
I do indeed.
And then what you can do with your with all your patterns, then you can audition to see which ones fit in which shape are better. So just quickly, to share a few other little things with you. It works really well with the glitter felt. We've got some of that on the show. And you can see with this one, what I did is I replaced the centre with a little bit of net. And then I've just blanket stitched around the edge of both of them. And then I've just popped a few eggs in and stitched a little...
Gorgeous. Bow. Can't have those, I'm afraid. I'm off chocolate for the next 40 days.
Oh, are you?
Yeah,
giving up for Lent?
Yes.
Well done.
Sweets, chocolate, cake, puddings.
I would be emaciated if I didn't eat chocolate and biscuits.
For, okay.
Oh, it's terrible. I have a sugar rush all the time.
Yes. I'm hoping by the end of 40 days, people are starting to look at me and say, oh, you need to eat something.
You need some sugar in your life.
A lovely message. We'll just show you that from Joyce in Greater London. She says, good morning, Gail, Stuart, and all. Love all of Gail's projects. All her instructions are very good with pictures, for etc. Joyce in London. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Joyce. That's really kind. And then just a couple of other little things I just want to share with you that I did speak about earlier. You can use, this is my sister's dog, you can put photographs in these frames, and that you can put bond web or heat and bond on the back, and then use them for your applique and that. The possibilities are endless, okay? So you don't just have to use them for these stitcheries. And you can see here I've just added further decoration to the outside. Once you've done your little stitchery, then what I do is I blanket stitch them to hold the stitchery in place, and then I cut away the excess felt, and then you're literally just going to cut another egg shape and put it on the back. You can also add a little bit of extra detail in there by doing a little stitch around the edge as well, which is quite nice. And also you can either use coordinating colours for the blanket stitch, or you might want to do something a little bit more out there, and then maybe you use a contrasting colour as well. You know, like I say, the possibilities are endless. Do it all in red if you've got lots of red thread.
Yeah.
Or this is a variegated thread. Yeah, lovely little hand project.
Now, I'm just getting my glitter on over here. Look at these. This is our glitter felt. Hello. Hello. Let's have a disco. Look at... No way. Should be $7.99. Check this out. You get 20 sheets for $4.99, Gail.
Wow, that is price.
Isn't that fabulous? And every single colour different. Every single colour different, all 20. That is amazing.
And the thing with that glitter felt is as well, it is the exact same glitter felt that I use, so I can vouch for the fact that it is good. Do you know what? You can heat fuse that. You can use the freezer paper on the back of it. You can hand sew it. You can machine sew it. I put that through my sewing machine, no problem. And I have even washed it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I you know, when people ask you, I've made applique using the glitter felt.
Yeah.
And then they're like, well, you know, what if I wanted to wash something?
Exactly.
So then I thought, well, I've got to find out whether you can wash it. So I have washed it, only hand washed. You don't want it going through a machine and having a real pounding.
No.
But yeah, I've hand washed it as well, and it's survived a hand wash. So yeah, it's a versatile product. And the beauty of that pack is you just got so many colours, and they would They would be a good size for the template as well. So
and look, I've done all of that, and I've got about 2 specks of glitter on my. I am not covered in glitter. There's really very, very little transfer at all. That's good stuff.
Yeah,
absolutely brilliant.
It's amazing. I can't rate it enough. When I send out my orders, I don't know whether I should share this. When I send out my orders, I often put a little piece of glitter felt in with my order, because I want to inspire people to get a bit of sparkle in their life. And I think sometimes we can be a little bit scared to try new products. You know, it is something we haven't sewn with before, so I'm not sure if I'm going to use that. So I like to give people a little sample of it sometimes.
Give it a go for $4.99.
Yeah, exactly.
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
It would be rude to. Give it a try.
So much sparkle in your life.
That's what we need, spice and sparkle up your life. Yeah. Now, if you want the pattern on its own, instructions on their own for the Stitchery Doodah, you could do the whole thing in glitter felt, couldn't you? The stitcheries are optional. You could just enjoy the frame. You could put pictures of all the grandchildren and hang them up around the house. You have to find your frame with your picture, and when you find it, then you get your Easter egg. Yeah. There's all sorts of ways that you can use these, but you get full instructions for doing your stitching, for mounting your stitchery, for creating the frame. Of course, all of those designs as well, plus those very, very versatile frames at the end there. So many ways that you could use these. For $9.99, I think that's exceptionally good value. Exceptional. Now, my top tip would be get a freezer paper. While we've got it on air, easy to pop in your basket. $7.49. You could go to Hobby Maker and spend Hobbycraft. Hobbycraft.
Slip of the tongue.
Thank you. £11 from them. £11
wow, that's amazing. The thing is, once you've got it in your stash, you'll use it for everything and that. So and I do find it really good. Have you ever used it on your sewing machine? So you know, like with quilting patterns, I'll draw the quilting pattern on freezer paper. Then I put it through my sewing machine with no thread in there. So it's just the needle is just punching holes. And then you can use a powder pounce to put. To put all your
stencil.
Yeah, so
brilliant idea.
And like for the paper piecing, the words I can't get out, I use it for English paper piecing. Cut all my hexagons. Then you can iron it to your fabric, so you don't have to put that dab of glue, or you don't have to sew it in. Yeah, so
incredibly versatile.
I could talk about freezer paper all day long.
I'm the same. Now, next up, oh my goodness, we've got Sprout the Gnome, and we've also got the Flower Gnome wreaths. These are amazing. We're going to start with Sprout. That's this character right here. He's part gnome, part Easter bunny, part carrot. I mean, he's everything Easter and absolutely adorable.
Thank you.
So cute. Brilliant. Now, the good news is that within your kit, you are actually getting the pattern for both Sprout and the flower gnome, so you get both patterns. So once you've made one, you can always make the other one and just your fabrics together for that. But within the kit for £27.99, can't believe that price, that's amazing. You're getting almost everything that you'll need. You will need a bit of stuffing.
A bit of toy stuffing and obviously your basic sewing kit, so your thread. But every other element is in there for you.
And as always with Gail, you know, you really, really do go the extra mile. You've got the wired twine for his whiskers. You've got the hanging ribbon. Here's your green for the top of your carrot, a nose, obviously. You've got your little glittery sequin embellishments for your eggs. There's all this attention to detail. The beard, the main body underneath, but also for the ears as well. You've got your wire wreath, which creates the structure inside. There's your orange fleece. Look, this kit just goes on and on. There's so much in here. Here's for your Easter egg, your little embellishing Easter eggs. The inside of the ears. You've also got your calico. What's that for?
So when we come to make his carrot, the top of the carrot, the hat, you need to put little strips. So what I did is I used the calico as a foundation and then I stitched all the strips on because I wanted to give the carrot a little bit of definition. I didn't just want it to be one orange triangle.
It's really good. Can you see how it's been made? It's made of strips. It's really clever. Oh gosh, I so want to make this. And of course you get really extensive instructions. You get freezer paper templates in there as well. It's just superb, absolutely superb instructions and a proper, extensive, really everything you need, apart from a bit of stuffing and your regular sewing equipment. But everything else is thought through. It's all in there. It's all in there. You've even got the fabric to make his little buck teeth. Bless him. Gorgeous. Not many kits left, I'm afraid. Half the stock's gone already. This is such fun, isn't it? You can hang him on your door. You can hang him inside. You can hang him on the back of a door, actually. That would be nice. Gorgeous, isn't he? So much personality. Really, really cute. So that's Sprout, the Easter gnome. But then we've also got a second version called Petal. And that's the one that's hanging up here. I'm going to bring this one in now. It's definitely flower power. This is gorgeous.
Thank you.
And really good actually for all through spring, isn't it?
Exactly. I was mindful of, after how popular they'd been the autumn and Christmas, and then a couple of people asked, would I make one for Easter? I was mindful that Easter's quite a short space of time, and so that's why I wanted to do Sprout that was sort of more Easter based, and then Petal that's spring. So you could get a couple of months out of.
To be fair, Gail, I'd have this one up right through until autumn. Because it's summer as well, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And especially if you're going to use your own stash as well, you might change the colours up and that. But yeah, I think it's a pretty little thing. And the good thing with them is they're quite narrow as well, so they don't take up a big space. Sure. So if you've got a little pillar in the house, you know, or like you say, the back of a door and that, they're perfect. It would look nice in a child's bedroom, wouldn't it? It would be a nursery or something like that. And also, because you've got both patterns, you can mix and match. So my idea originally was to give Petal a set of bunny ears.
Nice.
So she would have had bunny ears and all the flowers. Then, because I wanted to make sprout as well, so I ended up putting the bunny ears on sprout. But you'll have the pattern at home.
Of course you do.
So you can mix and match
So you could
and add things into there. And also like with the little Easter eggs, you could decorate her with Easter eggs if you want. You know, the possibilities are endless.
I'm also thinking as well, Gail, the brim of the hat, a nice open space that if you wanted to use puffy paint or embroidery, machine or hand, to put, you know, Holly's room or Happy Easter or something, or welcome.
Exactly.
You could.
Yeah, it would be perfect for that. You know, the thing is, I'd like to think that I just give you a starting point and then you can take it to whatever level that you want. Somebody actually just reminded me then, and one of my lovely customers bought these kits and then they did a Valentine's one. So they joined the two gnomes together and curved the hat around to make like a heart.
Oh, that's so cute.
Yeah. So that's the other thing. If you follow my Facebook page and that, you can see what people do with the designs. So they take them to the next level, and I think that's nice. You
It's
know,
a thrill, isn't it? To see how
yeah.
other people interpret.
Exactly.
The kit, as always, is so extensive. You've got everything. And look, all these little pom-poms, these are all the centres of your flowers. They're all included. Your hanging ribbon, all of your gorgeous quality fleeces that you're going to use to create the hat and the body. There's your wreath in there that creates that sort of shape. You've got your sheets of beautiful quality felt again to make all those flower leaves is absolutely adorned with flowers. All of the flowers actually are printed on freezer paper. So if you were thinking, oh, laboriously drawing around a template for all those flowers, not a bit of it.
No.
Iron this to your fabric and cut them out.
Yeah, so exactly as I was showing with the egg earlier and that, you could just cut the paper out, pop it onto your felt iron, and then once you've cut round the leaf or the flower, you can iron them on again. And yeah, the teeth are in there. Teeth. and the eggs and everything. So yeah, all good to go. And you'll probably use the template for the little flowers over and over again for other things.
Of course you will. And of course, remember, your instructions cover both projects, both sprout and petal. Love it, love it, love it. Brilliant. Now, if you want instructions only, actually get instructions plus a little bonus in there. So in your instruction only pack for £12.90.
Yeah.
Now I was expecting this to be £19.99 because it's not just the instructions for both petal and sprout, but look, you're also getting 2 of the wreaths, so you can actually make one of each. One of each. That is unbelievable.
Yeah, and you do get the freezer paper in there as well. So the freezer paper comes in there, so pre-printed, ready for you.
It's fantastic. It's fantastic. And then you can source your own. You could use fleece. You can use felt. You could even add a bit of regular quilt weight cotton in there, couldn't you?
Yeah,
in parts. And definitely think about embellishing or personalising the brim of the hat.
Yeah, but the lady that did the Valentine's one, she did the hat in velvet. So there's nothing to stop you using other fabrics, you know. I think that's the joy of having a pattern, isn't it? Once you've got it, somebody's done hard work for you.
Have indeed.
And they've worked out how to construct something and all the shapes and sizes. And then you've got the freedom to go wild in the aisles, really, and then bring all your own creativity to the party, and then with all your lovely colours and your fabric stash.
Absolutely brilliant. Excuse me, Linda from Sari's messaged in to say, hello, lovely lady. So great to see you back on Sewing Street. Fantastic patterns, as always. Love, Linda.
Oh, thank you, Linda. It's lovely to be back. I've had a little bit of a break, haven't I? So
I think you needed a bit of breathing time after the enormously popular and successful show last time.
Yeah, I was taken by surprise. You've got lovely customers, haven't you?
Really
so loyal and supportive and that.
We've got the best.
Yeah, it was so lovely. And they really embraced me to a point where I was slightly overwhelmed. so I had a little breathing space, and I've got my ducks in a row now.
Now you're back.
So I'm back, and we'll be back for the next few months. bringing lots of loveliness, I hope.
Well, you're certainly keeping us busy. Now,
Thank you.
can you show us a little bit about the gorgeous
Of course I
petals
can.
sprout?
Yeah, so I want to reassure everybody that it's really easy to make. So the first thing you're going to do is in your pattern, you're going to cut out your pattern pieces, and you'll see there's a join line on there. And I've just popped a little bit of sellotape on there. And I'm just going to show you on this scraggy piece of fabric. This is the size brick that you have in your kit. And then you could lay it on there, just like so. But because we're not dressmaking here, so I'm worried about which way the stretch of the fabric is going, in your pattern, I show you tilting it to one side. Okay, and the reason I'm doing that is because this way I save all of this fabric here. And I use that for the brim as well. So you can see here's the brim that I've done. So you've got all this extra fabric there. So I'm going to explain a few little things just on a smaller scale, just for demo purpose of the way that I work. I pin my pattern to my, and then I stitch around there. So you're going to do this in the yellow and the purple, okay? And the reason that I pin the pattern to the fleece, you could draw around the fleece if you want, but it's a bit challenging drawing on fleece. So I leave the pattern on there. It's because it's easier to go through the sewing machine. Mm-hmm. You find when you use thick fabric, you must find it as well, Stuart, that sometimes the foot doesn't sit evenly, does it?
True
and
enough,
then and when you're trying to feed the fabric in initially as well, you've got that hump to get over. I know there's lots of ways around there, but by pinning the pattern onto the fabric, you're putting that under the machine, the whole foot is in on the fabric nicely. You're not worrying about the stretch, you're not worrying about the seam allowance, you're just stitching around the pattern. And
so you don't cut it out first, you sew and then cut.
Yeah,
Much easier.
And then it just gives you that accuracy. And because fleece has got a little bit of a stretch, sometimes people worry about the stretch, you know, like unlike cotton. And then you haven't got to worry about the seam allowance, you're just off. So you can see then, if I just bring in the next two pieces, I've chopped off the seam allowance, okay, all the way around. And then the yellow one, now this is the bottom of petal, I've turned through the right way. Okay, so I want to join the two together. So to join them together, I'm going to put this the right way round inside the hat, which is now the wrong way round. And the easiest way to remember it is you want right sides matching, okay? And then we're going to take this, line up the seam allowances on one side. You can pop a pin in there to hold, and then or clips, it's entirely up to you, and then join the other side. And
so
then
match up the sides first.
Yeah, match up the side seamless, and then you'll find that this fits perfectly. And then what we're going to do is we're going to sew from one edge to the other. And what I tend to do is so I make sure that these are neatly together, I just sew over about a ½ inch on either side. And then once I've done that, so you can see with this it's done, I can then turn through. And then when you turn through your lovely piece, you've got a lovely join on there. You will, don't worry, in the instructions I do tell you about putting the ribbon
oh yeah, you surprised you threw that in there.
Yeah, sorry. I noticed I hadn't put it in the other one. Yeah, I do it, and there is a picture with an arrow pointing at it as well. And then that's your shape. That's all it takes is to make this this shape. So here's a larger one now. So this is the actual size. So I tend to use this as the front because I've got a nice machined, I use this as the back because this is the piece that people might see.
Yep.
And then I have the opening this front because when we add the hat and everything, we're going to hide that.
Yes.
And then I've stuffed it. So I've added a little bit of stuff in. I've popped the ring in, so you can see this is where the ring comes into it. And the reason for the ring is to give the gnome stability, so he stays out nice and wide like that. And when you put the stuffing in, you want a little bit of stuff in, so it gives it a bit of form, but not so much that you end up with a big dome, okay? So it'll be sort of like a flat, pillowy kind of thing. And then we're going to sew up that opening. And the last bit of this, just to get the base ready, is then we're going to take a needle and thread, and then you can either do it as in stitch or just a stab in stitch. We're going to take it through from one side to the other. And the reason that I do this is when it holds the stuffing in place, and also it squashes down this area, so it gives me a nice surface to add all my flowers to. So
But you don't have to worry too much about neatness then.
Oh, no, no. As you can see here, it's all a little bit uneven, and if it goes off, and you could do it in any angle at all. Somebody asked me if you could machine it. You could initially, but then you have to be mindful. You've got the ring, so you wouldn't want to hit the ring.
Hand sewing looks easier.
Yeah, yeah.
At the moment, it looks like a really delicious ice cream cone.
Oh, yeah.
You can tell I'm on the wagon, can't you?
Yeah.
I'm not allowed ice cream. 40 days. 40 days. Charlie said to me, are we allowed to have these things after 6 p.m? I said, no.
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 Oh, well done. But do you know, you'll find that after a certain length of time, you won't miss it anymore.
Will it be today, Gail?
No, afraid not.
Why not?
No, I think they say it takes 7 days to get the drug out of your system.
Oh,
and sugar is a drug. Yeah, one that I'm seriously addicted to. I think I love a bit of sugar. My life is biscuits.
Yes.
I couldn't survive without a biscuit.
Oh, please, can we stop talking about them now?
Biscuits and cake. Sorry.
Oh, it's lovely to see Gail's patterns, says Anne in Cardiff. They're so easy and lovely to use and make. And I love the red work too. Cooches from Anne.
Oh, a big cwtch
puddles,
to you as
isn't it?
well. Yeah, with Welsh, we love a cwtch. It's also the place under the stairs.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, because you used to have a coal cwtch, because you used to put your coal in there. But what it means is it's like to be embraced and cuddled. So a nice, like, safe space. So we'd call under the stairs the cwtch, or where you had the coal. Yeah, so there's not an English equivalent to it, actually. So it's you always go to your mum and dad for a cwtch.
Oh.
Yeah, come here and have a cwtch. It's sort of like special hug it is, a very special Welsh hug. So, so then even the hat brim is really, really easy to make. Again, I'm pinning my pattern to 2 layers of fleece. Okay, this time the beige and the lilac, and then I'm going to sew round there. You can see I've cut the seam allowance, and then I just make a little incision in the back. And one of the reasons I do this as well, making incisions in the back of things and that, it means I haven't got that edge to try to sew up. You know, sometimes, do you know when you sew soft toys and that together, do you find that
it's impossible.
The opening, it never finishes the same, does it? Never. So lots of people will know that when I make patterns and that, I have to make an incision on the back because nobody's going to see the back of it. And then what it does is it gives me a lovely edge to work from. So then
Such a professional finish.
Yeah, but you look. I always think, and I'm sure you do it with your quilts and what, it's nice when you use a technique that makes you look clever when you're not. You know,
easy success.
Yeah, exactly.
All about it.
Yeah, it gives you that professional finish, even when we're new to the party and we're learning and that.
100%.
So then you've got your little hat brim there. Your nose is easy to make as well. It's all in the pattern for you, but I make it as simple as possible. You just cut out your nose, do a little running stitch all the way around. And then I tend to call these like a shower cap, isn't it? You draw it together and then add some stuffing in there. It's probably worth using double thickness thread because nobody likes it when it snaps, do they? No. It's infuriating. And then that gives us the nose.
Gorgeous.
So we're done. You know, we've got
like a little new potato.
Exactly. We've got our cone shape.
Yeah.
We've got our brim. We've got our nose. So the only thing we've got left then is really making the flowers. And like I said, if you do the ears from Sprout, you could add those to Pell, and it would be really nice. And the bit for me, the bit that I really like with this, is actually then sewing all the flowers on. Yeah. So you've got different size flowers, and I talk you through it in the pattern on how to sew them on. When I initially did it, I think I overdid it. I sewed too many flowers on there. So be mindful when you're sewing the flowers on that you give your flowers a little bit of space to breathe. Don't get too super excited and crush loads of them on there. And then the flowers again, in the pattern, really, really easy for you to do. I've given you the freezer paper for you to cut out. You're going to iron it onto your felt, just like I did with the egg. So I won't show you that again. Then you peel the freezer paper off and you've got a lovely flower. Looks like it's been die cut. You know, it's got so much... it's just so, they're just so easy to cut.
It just makes it so stable, doesn't it? It's like cutting out paper.
Exactly, and I used to, when I first did the patterns, I used to tell people to use freezer paper, and I didn't print it for them. I was a bit mean. I got you to try it yourself. But now, now I print it for you, because I think there's no greater joy than just getting something out of a bag, then being able to, as I would say, crack on with it.
It's fabulous. $27.99 is your full kit. Details on screen at the moment are for Petal, which is the sort of flower power gnome, covered in gorgeous spring blossoms. Almost my entire stock that I've got left now is in baskets. Do remember to check out your basket. It's not yours till you do remember. So you get everything that you need, apart from a bit of toy stuffing and a bit of thread. You know, you've got those bits. But remember, you've also got the full pattern to make sprout as well. So if you wanted, for example, to include the ears or the little Easter eggs or something like that, you can mix and match, dig into your stash, add extra embellishments. But amazing price. You get your wreath form in there as well. Gail really does think of everything. Just don't forget to check out your baskets and just leave it there thinking, I'll check out at the end, and then it's gone before your very eyes. Don't be that person. Pretty much neck and neck.
Are they?
Pretty much neck and neck.
Yeah, it was difficult to tell, and initially I didn't know which one would be the most popular. I really like Petal, but then Sprout's got that bit of character, hasn't he?
Beautiful.
But then you've got both in the pattern, so you haven't got to worry. So the flower's super easy to make. As you can see, while we were chatting, I just did a running stitch all the way around, and then I'm going to draw the running stitch together. You can put a little stitch in the back if you want, just to hold the felt together. And then you can just pom-pom by bringing the needle up through the middle of the flower. You also, for those of you who've got a glue gun, I'm not the quilting or sewing police. If you want to use a glue gun and you want to glue gun all the pom-poms in, or if you want to glue gun the flowers to Petal, then that's fine. Now, I normally finish all my flowers, but as I've got a thread on the end of this, I'm just going to show you how easy it is then. You just go through this. The beauty of fleece is, one of the reasons that I use so super soft. And then it's just a joy, well, for me it is, just to sit and then sew the flowers on. You know, and if you just go through the pom-pom or by the side of the pom-pom, all your thread is hidden.
Yeah.
You know,
so just a couple of stitches through.
Yeah, and then it's on there good and secure. So you'll just work your way up to the top there, and then you'll sew his little nose on. I put the brim on after, so that way the flowers will peek through below the brim. And then I decorated the hat with a little swathe of flowers on there. You can do, you know, you can just, it's your design, isn't it?
You can customise, can't you? So when do you put the leaves on? Do you put them on right at the end?
I tuck them in as I go,
okay.
And they're always a little filler as well. And you've got a whole sheet of green felt, so you've got more than enough going on. So if you have any like bald patches or somewhere where you you know, you think it needs a little bit extra, then just pop in as many leaves as you want then.
I'm just thinking, Gail, I know you won't judge me, but I'd be like, oh, could I sneak a little bit of glitter in?
Why not?
A few little glittery leaves.
And the little butterflies are in the kit as well, you know, in the instructions. Imagine the little butterflies in glitter.
Yeah.
They would look fab, wouldn't they?
That glitter felt is sold out.
Oh, is
Gail,
it?
you've done your job. You've convinced the nation that glittery things are good.
You can never have too much glitter in your life. Everybody needs a little bit of sparkle, I think.
Totally agree. I just want to mention the pattern again. It is pattern plus, because you've got the full pattern to make both Petal and sprout, but also in the back you've got 2 metal wreaths, which means that you can use that to make both and sprout wreaths. Brilliant that you've put those in there. Amazing value for $12.99. Limited numbers on these now though, and you get your freezer paper as well in there, don't you?
Your
With
freezer
flowers
paper's in there. Yeah, everything's in there.
Brilliant.
Ready, good to go.
Brilliant. Remember, those are usable as well. You can use them lots of times. The kit that Gail was working on, Petal, you get everything in there that you need for the most part to create Petal. You'll just need to add some toy stuffing, some thread. That's all. You've got all of your felts there to make your flowers and leaves, your pom-pom flower centres, even your hanging ribbon. Here's your wreath centre. You've got your fleeces to make the top and the bottom of the character, and also a little bit of brown for the back of the hat brim. Full kit there for £27.99, and this is the kind of thing you can bring out year after year. One of the nice things actually about it all being sort of soft is that when you're packing it away until next year, things aren't going to get off, snapped, dented. It's all soft, it's all very forgiving.
Exactly, exactly.
Just brilliant, absolutely love that. And then, of course, if you prefer, you can do Sprout, who is the bunny carrot gnome. I love him. Absolutely gorgeous. He's a little carrot hat with a little sprout on top, the bunny ears, little Easter eggs adorning his hat, and I love his little buck teeth and curly whiskers, these included as well, and the beard, the whole thing, made in exactly the same way, but just using different fabrics. Absolutely gorgeous. This one would be a little bit of a quicker make as well, wouldn't it?
Yeah, yeah, because you haven't got all the flowers going on. It's just the beard and that, and then in the pattern as well, I talked to you about cutting the beard because it's fur. Okay, so you need to be mindful that you cut through the back-in fabric only, not through all the fur, and then that gives you that lovely fluffy edge. But I do cover that in the pattern, and I have demoed him as well on my Facebook page. So if people want to go back and need any reassurance. And also if you message in and there's something that you want demonstrated or some tips on a Wednesday evening at 6 o'clock, I do a live demo and I will always cover anything from patterns. So people message in and go, oh, can you demo that pattern? And I will. So you're never on your own with it.
Amazing. Brilliant. Now, before we finish, I can't not mention Trevor and Tracy. Absolutely adorable. Now, this is a double pattern set. So you get the pattern for Trevor and the pattern for Tracy. They are so detailed, absolutely brilliant. They have flat bottoms made to sit on shelves. Brilliant. Sorry, pat the bottom. Burp. Oh, no, that's... Sorry, you can tell I'm not a parent, can't you? Why isn't it burping? Why isn't it burping? But look at the detail. I mean, it's they're absolutely superb. Love them both. You could easily adapt this, couldn't you?
Yeah.
This set.
Yeah. So you could make them for every occasion and that. And then I did, which is where I got like a little bit of a demo out. And that look, if you make his cut in black, you know, it could be a groom, you know, so you could have like a little wedding set. You could make him into a magician if you give him a black hat and stuff. They used to be separate, but everybody wanted the pair. Yeah. So that's why we put the patterns together, because you can't have one without the other.
You really can't. They're absolutely adorable. And as decorated dolls in a bedroom, you could use throughout the year, couldn't you? Could you weight the bottoms and use them as like bookends even?
Yeah, you could. Yeah. I didn't put loads of it into mine. And the reason for that is because when they're out on display, sometimes people want to pick them up by the ears all the time. So, but you could put like a lot of weight in there if you wanted, you know, for them to be more structured. Yeah. There's loads of easy techniques in there, so they look quite complicated with all this like little outfit and everything. But it is they are quite simple techniques. I break it all down into little bits for you. And again, you can use bits and pieces of it, you know, the techniques for other things. You can like mix and match the both patterns as well, alter their shoes or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, the shoes are amazing as well. Can you see? Look. Just absolutely brilliant. They've got really long feet. I mean, obviously they would for jumping.
Yes, of course.
For fast running and delivering all those eggs. For Easter. And carrots.
Yeah, and he's got a little satchel, so he's got a little satchel. So you could even use the little satchel pattern to, you know, for other things that you've got, other projects.
Bears.
And she's got a little bag and whatever. So it's all there. And all quite straightforward. So I'd like to think that most of the patterns are simple to follow and that. And I'm only an email.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I so want to make both of them. Aren't they adorable? Bring them out every year. Gorgeous. Ah, Gail, it's been such a fabulous hour.
Where's it gone?
I know.
So speedy, so speedy.
I can't get enough of you, but we do have another hour of you.
We do.
At 11 o'clock?
Yes, can't wait.
Can't wait. 10 o'clock, in fact. No.
10 o'clock.
11
o'clock. When is it?
11 o'clock. 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
It is 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Wow, that time has flown by.
Quick coffee.
We'll see you in an hour.
Be back. Thank you.
Now, don't you go anywhere, because straight after the break, we're going to be talking all things bookmaking and layering and stitching and carging with the fabulous Janie Burnett Bleach. So I'll see you after this.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe, crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com. You can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Slip stitch is a hand sewing technique that's brilliant for closing turning gaps if you're leaving them in the bottom of a bag, but also sewing one piece of fabric to another, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So I've got a piece of fabric here that I've sewn together, and then I've left a gap for the turning gap. So you can close this by machine, but I think if you do it by hand, you get a neater finish. So to do this, thread a sharps needle with some sewing thread and bring your needle out just a little bit along the seam. It makes it a bit secure. An end on the right side, and you can just hold that down with your thumb. That stops it coming undone. And then work 2 or 3 small stitches on top of each other just to secure the thread. You can cut that off later. Now thread your needle under the fold of the fabric and out the other side. Then on this side, if you hold the 2 pieces of fabric together so the folded edges are level, push your needle just under the fold so you can see it's not coming into the front or back, just have the fold, and then into the fabric on the other side. Now take a vertical stitch going from one piece of fabric to the other and bring it out, and then back under the fold of the fabric so that all you're getting on the right side are little vertical stitches. So this is why slip stitch is also known as ladder stitch, because you've got the long stitches that go under the fold that are the uprights of the ladder, and then you've got these vertical stitches that go from one to the other that are the rungs of the ladder. So all you need to do is continue working in this way all the way along. If you then pull that thread, this is the gap, and to finish again just work a few small stitches, 2 or 3 on top of each other, just to secure the end of the thread. And that's how to work slip stitch.
Well, I am joined this hour. I'm already starting to rummage. I'm joined this hour by the fabulous Janie Burnett Bleach.
I love the way you always use my full name.
Full title. Full title. It's just to prove I know it. We've got so many brand new goodies. You've already found them on the website. If you haven't, what have you been doing? We're going to start off with the Lucky Dip bag. Oh my goodness, there is so much in this Lucky Dip bag.
There's a lot in there.
Oh, look, have a rummage with me. Tell us what we've got.
So this is, when I say scrap bag, I mean there's still decent sizes in there, but this is all, so snippets of India. So it's Indian fabrics. So I buy fabrics and sari ribbons from the manufacturing industry, so nothing goes to waste.
Oh, look.
There's still some good sizable pieces in. This is great for like patchworking, for your applique.
Crazy patchwork.
Yes, embellishments, all sorts of things. And if you're, you know, you could put some of it into weaving, whatever kind of crafts you do, there's something in here for you.
There's so, look at that. There's so much beautiful fabric in here. This is making me think crazy patchwork. But as you say, weaving, even that, you know, imagine you making a bag and just add that trim to the pocket back, or
look at my bracelets.
Look at those
Look at my bracelets.
Jingle jangle, look
well,
at those.
These actually are, so made from a scrap pack like this.
Yeah.
This is just the plastic cut from a 2-litre pop bottle.
Oh, amazing.
And then wrapped. So you can
so
make
you
them
have
to
like
whatever.
a cut in it, so it'll close
so,
in. And...
Yeah.
Oh, that's such a cool idea.
So, yeah.
Don't go over my fat hands. Well, they might, but I'll never get it off. I'd have to keep it then, Jamie.
Would you?
Yeah.
But yeah,
even
such
a cool idea.
even things like that, you know, cool little things like that.
Oh, lovely. And then look at all these beautiful ribbons. You could crochet with these. You could weave. You could plait. You've plaited some bracelets.
Yes. Yeah, that one's plaited. These are over kind of like piping cord. And then I've just, so I stuck them at the end. Obviously, you can measure them round and then just wrap them with a little bit of ribbon.
Or you could twist several together and then run them through your sewing machine on a wide zigzag to create decorative cords that you could then use for things like bag handles or drawstrings or
coasters.
Jewelry. Oh, yes. Shall we just, let's abandon the show, Janie. Let's just create. Let's just have fun. Aren't they brilliant? Absolutely gorgeous. Now, very, very popular. $24.99. They will be at random, of course. Is it? Do you just do it quite blindly? You just sort of look away
yes, but I try and make sure in notice when I'm putting them in that several of one thing are going in. I try and mix it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Janet in Shropshire says, "Oh, morning all, great for making a rag rug." Yes.
Ooh, yes.
So many gorgeous ways you could use this. But something like that, of course, I'd be wanting to use that in something like crazy patchwork. You know, different shapes, different bits, all patchworked together you know, and then you add decorative stitches and embroideries.
And I think because of most of it is kind of jewel tones, so everything goes together.
Oh,
pattern with pattern, it all just works.
So gorgeous. There's so many different, and I love the pieces of camphor that are included. Again, I mean, something like that is actually big enough to make a little purse.
Yes.
Or you could
little
make
glasses
something like
case.
Spectacle case would be lovely, wouldn't it?
I'm like, glasses case, you're like, spectacle case.
Oh, just ignore me, Janie. I'll go away. But look, there they are. No, you're right, glasses case.
Glasses case.
I'm only putting it on for the telly. Beautiful, fabulous, absolutely fab. Right, that's just the first of many inspiring things.
Yes.
Let me pop this to one side.
You're not going to get it all back in the
pop
bag.
Pop this to one side.
Yes.
Right, next up, we've got 20 1-metre pieces of Sari ribbon.
Yes. Again, this is really... So I started using these because in my other life, I'm a bookbinder, but craft binding. And we put, I call them dangles, but tassels on the edges of the books. And that's what I started using these things for. But again, for soft crafting, again, looking at weaving, all things like that.
So
and again, the bracelet. Yeah.
It's gorgeous.
But again, I mean, look at the range of colours, and they will all vary slightly, but you will get 20 separate meters. So some might have some print, some will be colour. Now, bear in mind, these are recycled.
Yes.
So in the run, you may have pieces together. There may be knotted pieces together.
This, for
like
example,
that.
here, it just adds to the beauty. Weaving. You could even do macrame with these.
You could, yes.
Morning, Janie, says Helen in Cornwall. My day just got a whole lot better finding you on the TV with all your amazing goodies.
I know who that is.
Yeah?
Yes, she's one of my long-standing customers.
Oh, that's lovely. Well, these are real treats, aren't they? Just such a lot of inspiration. You could knot these together and knit with them. You could crochet with them.
Yeah, I haven't ventured into crochet and knitting yet. I think that's a whole other thing I don't have time for. But
You so need to make time. Make time, Janie. Make time. But also, as we say, plaiting them, weaving with them, couching them.
Couching, now what's couching?
So couching, where you would have a piece of base fabric, and then you would, perhaps you might twist this up,
right,
and you basically lay it. So you might lay it in like a sort of a lovely twisted pattern, and then you stitch over to hold it down.
I know what you mean.
Yeah. So you could do that and then use the fabric to create a bag flap.
What I've done as well is had just a piece of calico and use like some Bonder web and put this down in strips, so you're creating your own fabric and then cut into it and stitch onto it. Yeah,
or
really nice.
lay them down, overlay with some bridal organza over the top, and then quilt through.
Yeah,
it'll see the colours, obviously, because you're seeing it through the organza, crystal organza, but it looks amazing. So many ways you can use these 21-metre pieces. Brand new today, $12.99 for those. Now, next up, we're going to do the Shabby Chic journal making kit. And let's start off with your incredible journal that you've made.
Yeah, so when we're on Hobby Maker, we do a lot of bookmaking kits. But so I make a lot of fabric journals. So like, at the end of the day, it's just stitching, isn't it?
Of course it is.
If you look at the, well, with the pattern on it, you can't see it that well, but the stitching that's on here, you get your step-by-step instructions. Now, everyone's journal will look different depending on how you patch your fabrics together. You've got a lovely lining fabric as well, but there are 2 boards to put in there. Now, if you don't want...
those included?
Yes,
Great.
but if you don't want a hard cover, obviously you don't need to use that, and you could have a complete soft cover if you want to.
You get the paper and everything?
You get the paper and everything.
Oh, gosh,
so
amazing.
it's a recycled cartridge paper, milled in the UK. You might get some slight variants, obviously being recycled. Sometimes you get little speckly bits. It's off-white.
Perfect.
Ideal for stitching. If you want to put your patterns in there, making your notes when you're making things, anything like that. But it'll also take wet medium as well. So if you were using it as a sketchbook, it's perfect for that.
Ooh, let's have a look through the kit because you get such a lot. I mean, first and foremost, you get your instructions are all included.
You do.
All this lovely stuff.
Yes, so you've got, so I put in some wax thread. So pre-waxed. We were chatting earlier and I said, when you make your own books, I tend to suggest to people use some embroidery floss and wax it. But we've taken that step out.
It's like
and
a beeswax.
Yes, yeah. And there's a little bulb pin in there as well, which is for two reasons. One, when we do the stitching, and I'll show you later if we get time to demo, you put it on there to hold one of your stitches before we loop into it, but also it attaches your dangles to the spine of your book.
Oh, perfect.
So and then you get a little bit of lace, which obviously can be used to patch in, or should you want to at the end, it is long enough to be a spine cover. So if you wanted to put it on as a spine cover. You've then got lots of different pieces of, let's move those to one side.
Yeah, sure, I'll move those right up.
You've got 17 centimetre squares of fabric. So you have
embroidery on clay.
Yeah, you've got a variety of thicknesses, weaves and patterns. So what we're doing is, I mean, you can see that there's colours that...
You've been
that
sympathetic in your colour choices, haven't you?
Yes.
And also gone for things that have that wonderful kind of vintage look.
Yes, exactly. So however you patch it together, it's going to look right. Now, obviously, depending on what part of the fabric as to what part of the pattern you get, but things like this, so I would start splitting that out and patching in, but then I would cut around this so that I could applique it on, do a bit of free motion into it. There's none in the kit, but obviously, if you've got beads, you could start beading into it as well. So there's loads of extra things you can add. Got enough in here to not need to.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
You've then got a larger piece of calico. So this acts your base fabric. So this is your base, and that's what I would start patching on.
Oh, so this is like your foundation.
Yeah. So
perfect.
if I show you this one, the sample is all done on a machine, but this one, if you wanted to, you could just sit there in the evening, do a little bit of slow stitching and start patching it and cover the whole piece of calico.
Some of you multi-buying this. If you're thinking what I'm thinking, the Lucky Dip bag and the ribbons, you could jewelled versions, mixing and matching, and
and also
so
you've obviously got the instructions with this. So then you said if you go for those Lucky Dip packs, then you can make up your own fabrics and you can make more.
Good.
This is your lining fabric, and there's a little bit more than what you need, but I've given you options in the instructions. So I've done it. This is what I call proper shabby chic.
Yeah.
Where I've got, you know, the rough
edge.
edges. I've left the threads of cotton. There is enough, however, if you want to tuck it over and have a nice neat edge. So this is larger than the board, so that I've sewn around because I like that effect.
Yeah. Agreed. Yeah, but you can do it sort of a neatened version if you want.
Yes.
You've got your board there as well.
Yes, so like I said, you've got the boards and you've got a spine template. So if I just grab that one from you, in instructions it tells you just to put some clear tape front and back of this. It just strengthens it and also means it's reusable as well. You try and punch the holes out.
Because I imagine once you get into making books, once you've learned this simple technique, you'll be completely addicted.
Yes, and I make no apologies for that. People always say to me, I'm addicted. I'm like, I'm not even sorry.
Yeah, not even sorry.
So yeah, it's all spaced out for you. You don't even have to do the measurements. That's all worked out for you. And obviously, if you do, you could laminate it, but I suggest putting sticky tape on. It's then reusable.
Yeah.
So you can make another one.
Fab.
But yeah, you don't have to put the boards in if you want a soft cover, but I have on that one.
And then...
Yes, there's a print here. So this is the matching cartridge paper as the pages, because I thought we'd do a variety of toppers. So I've put one on here and then just backed it with some of the fabric that was left over, a little embellishment. And then you've also got enough to put inside should you want to.
Yeah, lovely.
If you've got spare fabric or if you haven't used the list, you could put a little pocket in there as well. So lots of different things you can do or keep it simple.
Smashing. And then, look, you've got a great big sheaf of paper to create your journal.
Yes, Exactly. And then again, depending on the type of journal, if you wanted to add different papers in, so a lot of people like the junk journal feels, you could mix it up with that as well.
Yeah, a little bit of handmade paper tin as well.
Yeah, mulberry paper.
So beautiful. There's a bit of a queue on the phones. We'll get you. Remember, it's a free phone number. It's UK based and a lovely team as well. They'll be with you just as soon as they possibly can. It's just fab. It's so inspiring. Collector Katie Merseyside's message to say, I love Janie's style and her silk and sari ribbons are gorgeous for adding a luxury detail to things. Such a lovely person to deal with too. Oh, thanks for that message. Also, Kate, I didn't get past your email. If you sent it in, would you send it again today, please? And I will email you later today. Thank you. Thank you. This is so beautiful. Hi, Janie and Stuart. This is Anne in Northamptonshire. I just ordered 2 sets. I'm going to do a journal for my 2 boys about my life, a cook, looking at recipes through their life. I think that's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's
nice
such
idea.
a lovely idea.
Yeah.
Because actually we do, you know, particularly I think with our mums, if they did have their sort of favourite recipes, we do associate them with our mums, don't we?
We do.
You know, so I think that's such a lovely idea.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Very, very special. Very special. Now then, I want to just mention one of your gorgeous panels, Janie, which is proving very popular. And you could mix it in if you wanted to add sort of toppers that were fabric-based. Imagery.
Yes.
Imagery.
Yeah. So yeah, you'll see there's kind of a theme in a lot of my design work that it is vintage inspired, kind of shabby chic. Any of these, patch them together and they just work. You've got a lot of repeat patterns in there as well.
Yeah.
And there are no 2 the same on this panel.
Oh, really? They're all different?
All different, yeah.
It is a gorgeous panel. You could just use it as it is, make some cushions, make a lovely tea cosy.
Tea cosy?
Quilted. A tea cosy. Don't you have a tea cosy?
No, well, I don't drink tea, so I don't have a tea. Sorry, have we fallen out now? Oh, I'm on my own. Hot chocolate. Hot chocolate. I'll have a big hot chocolate pot. No? Oh.
It's not this. I'm afraid it's not the same.
Okay.
You clearly weren't given tea in a bottle as a baby.
No.
Most of us were, weren't we? Actually, as we've discovered today.
I feel like you've totally gone off.
Don't like tea. No, it's fine.
It's just recoiling.
I just can't look at you now. Sorry. Oh gosh, don't know what to do with that. So many feelings. This is gorgeous, though. Absolutely beautiful. I'm just going to focus on the fabric.
Okay, focus on this. Yes.
Pin cushions.
But I was just thinking of all the things that could have upset you. It's the fact that I don't
That
tea.
one. There's no way around that. But you could layer these as well, couldn't you? You could cut out other elements from different squares and then layer them on top, maybe raw edge applique or...
Yes, and again, with like the bundle that we've got as well, look at the different colours that you can pick out of that and patch in.
Absolutely, for sure. It's just gorgeous. I think the journal making bundle is complete, of course, as is. But you wanted to expand the possibilities or even perhaps make some smaller journals or some additional journals, and you've got the basics there you can add in.
There's also nothing to stop you having fabric pages instead of paper pages. So if you were using these as like little samplers, if you were trying out your hand stitching, different techniques, you could use those as pages.
Janie, that's a genius idea, yeah. What about like a stitch Bible for your sewing machine?
Yeah.
Stitch out all the different embroidery designs. Oh, very, very nice. Gorgeous.
I feel like I've won you back now, Stuart.
You've won me back.
Right,
You've won me back.
Good.
Absolutely.
We won't talk about it again.
This shabby chic panel is down to single figures now. If you want this, the fabric journal pack, again, half the stock's gone. That's very, very popular. I'm just going to bring that back in for a moment. It is just lovely. And perhaps somewhere where we can record special thoughts. It could be a sort of a bit of a diary or a journal of our day-to-day life. But the actual making of it is a beautiful thing, isn't it?
Yes, I'm less concerned actually when I make them what goes in them. I just really enjoy making them and decorating them.
Yeah, totally with you there.
And then gifting them so I've got an excuse to make another one.
Of course, absolutely. Well, that would probably get me back in good books. Yeah.
Okay. Hint taken.
Yes, exactly, exactly. Steph's message in with a lovely message. She's saying about how crocheting makes her feel closer to her mum, and I totally get that as well. You know, it's just eating food that they used to make.
Yeah.
I think that can be a different one sometimes because, to begin with, because it's so emotional, isn't it? But it's a lovely way to connect.
Yeah, I remember making cakes with my mum. Chocolate cakes.
Oh,
yeah, chocolate cakes are my favourite.
Yeah.
You know, like little crispy cakes that we used to make.
That's it, yeah.
And did you used to do when you were at school, like peppermint thins?
Yes.
Yes. I remember
Actually, we made
those
them
as
at
well.
Sunday school once.
Did you?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And I put far too much peppermint essence in. So they were like, you know, indigestion mints. But my parents said, you know, we'll just keep them in case anyone gets indigestion. But lovely, you've got such an array of materials here. You've got your boards, the paper, you've got your vintage toppers, you've got a bit of lace in there, calico is a bit, just brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Now, Janie, in the menu, I couldn't help myself talking about your leather journal kits because I just think these are amazing. I'm going to pass you the actual examples first. These are going to knock your socks off.
So this one, so you get enough leathers in there to make 4 books, but you also get a reusable template, so you can just keep making more.
Fabulous.
So this is the size of notebook that you'll be making. I think I accidentally called it A6. It's slightly smaller than that. Again, you've got that recycled cartridge paper inside.
All included.
Then when you trim it down, you get just a little bit of leather left. So if you wanted to put some kind of closure on it, you can do that. You can just stitch it on the back, put a little loop on the front so it tucks in. If you've got poppers at home as well, so like this one, I've put a little popper closure.
But Janie, I've bought these little journals and I've paid £25–30 a piece for them.
Yeah.
For, you know, and this is just so fabulous. I can't believe that they're within my grasp to make.
Yes, yes.
But they're actually quite simple and straightforward.
Yeah, you've got the template, so you don't have to measure any of the piercing holes.
Here's your template.
So there we go.
Reusable.
Yes, so this is if anyone's used stents before, this is like the heavyweight stencil mylar. So this is 350 micron. So it is
really
very
sturdy.
Durable. Yeah. So just make sure. So if you're using a screw punch, if you have a screw punch to punch the holes into your leather, just make sure that it nestles right holes. You don't want to be obviously coming out of the hole and making another one.
And if you haven't got a screw punch, what could I use as an alternative?
We can awl.
Yep, perfect.
So literally what I would do is...
We'll put that in the graphics, actually, we've got them.
Yeah, I would lay it down onto the leather with something like...
£2.99, it's not worth not getting.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
there you go.
fab.
So I would use something like a little bit of packing foam underneath.
Yep.
I would lay that over my leather and stab down into it.
Love the sound of that. Anything that involves stabbing safely
yes.
in a controlled manner.
See the bookbinding area of my studio. There's a lot of stabby, sharp tools.
But look at these leathers, and these are real leathers, and the colours and the embossing patterns will vary.
They will,
but they'll be gorgeous.
They will. And you get the pre-waxed thread as well. So you can see if we take
will
that
they
one
be some
out
sort of tone with the leathers we've got?
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. So if you lay those out like that.
Oh, yeah.
So even if you get different colours, I will coordinate the thread to go with them.
Have we put the price up for this yet? Yeah, I can't believe that price though, Janie, because that's literally, what's that, £6 and change per book?
Yeah.
And Muggins here has spent £25–30.
But you're learning a skill, you've got the instructions and you've got the reusable template as well.
Look, and all the paper to make 4 notebooks and your keep it forever, my last stencil, to create your little book. And presumably as well, Janie, I don't have to use leather for the outer. If I'm making more, I can make little notebooks.
Yes.
I could use
Yeah.
my Liberty fabrics. I could use my scraps,
Yeah.
my Cantha quilting.
So what I would do, if you're using something like a Liberty fabric, then I would put some kind of wadding inside of it,
Yes.
just to give it a little bit of body.
Would you ever use something like Decaville? You use that
No, I
have to get you a
haven't.
bit of Decaville. It feels almost like leather, but it's an interfacing that you
Oh,
iron on.
yes.
So you could iron that to something like lawn,
Yeah.
and it would have the consistency of leather.
Perfect.
We'll have to get you a bit of that while
Another
you're here.
thing you could do with these as well, obviously they've got the suede side to them, which is what you see when you open up your book.
Yeah, it's nice.
However, you could, if you wanted to, if you've got a nice piece of Liberty, William Morris fabric, you could bondaweb that to the back of your so when you open it up, do it before you cut your edges.
Yes.
And you won't get the fray because of the bondaweb that you're putting in.
Of course. Or you're going to have to be quick. I'm down 2 single figures now on this kit, $24.99. I think we could have done with about twice as many. But you're going to show us a little something, aren't you, on this?
Yes, yes.
Wonderful.
If you
Thanks,
would like
Jane.
me to,
Can you
yes.
take those books out of the way.
Oh, yeah.
I'll just pop them in my bag. I'll keep
Oh,
this
will
safe.
you? Yeah, I see you've got a special bag going over there.
My special big bag.
Right. So what I will show you is just kind of snippets of how we put this together. Okay. So like we said, you've got your instructions here that breaks it all down for you. Okay. So the first thing that we need to do is to prepare the leather. Okay. And all we have to do with that is literally trim it to the same size as your template. Now,
And we want to keep that strip in case we want to do a little...
Exactly,
Or you could
yeah.
use that to make a little bracelet, couldn't you? With a little press stud.
Depends
Or is
how.
it too...
Well, you could stitch two together, so you could have a decorative stitch
Great.
and put two colours
Yeah.
there.
We don't waste anything round here.
No, especially when it's leather.
There you
No.
go.
And also, I'm not sure how long I'll be able to do this sort of kit for. At the moment, I'm buying leather from a retiring business.
Oh, understood. That
So-
kit's sold out, by the way. Well done if you got it. Please, 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 personal request now. Can you bring these back as soon as possible?
I will
That'd be
try.
amazing.
Yes.
So just a regular rotary cutter?
Yes. So, and I am convinced that this helps to sharpen your rotary cutter as well. When you think, when you're sharpening tools, you very often strop on leather.
You do indeed.
And I've been cutting a lot of this leather just with
Yeah.
a small rotary cutter like this. Yeah,
And it's nice and sharp.
it is. So all you need to do is trim it down. You may need to make sure that your opening edges are straight as well. I can't guarantee that I've cut it square for you.
Okay, fair enough, yeah.
But yeah, you will be trimming some off. So if you have a screw punch, you are measuring that up now.
Because it's not a daft idea. Your wrists are narrower than mine. I'm just thinking if you had a little, it's a moot point anyway, but yes, green machine.
But yeah,
no
well,
popper.
exactly. And because you've got 4 pieces of leather,
Yeah.
you can patch them
you could.
together. So if you've got a screw punch, all you need to do, you might want to pop a little tape down just to make sure nothing moves, okay? Just because once you start punching your holes, obviously you want everything to stay aligned.
Sure.
So if you are using a screw punch, if you have one, put it on the smallest bit that you've got, which is probably 1.5 mil.
Okay.
That will nestle into the centre of the hole of the stencil, and you literally just push down.
Pump it.
So yeah, so make sure you're not. I see some people, and they're because it. Depending on the thickness of the leather as to how long it takes you to get through. So don't get all aggressive with it and start jumping around because...
Are you listening?
Yeah, don't get aggressive.
Get all aggressive with it.
So you can keep punching through like that. Obviously, I'm not going to carry on doing it because it will take too long. Or if you don't have a screw punch, I would tape it again like this.
Yep.
Make sure that nothing moves. Just a bit of packing foam, or a friend of mine, she puts like corrugated cardboard together about 4 thicknesses.
One thing,
just
a
so
couple
that
of layers of in-our form if you've got a bit lying around, a little strip.
Yeah, and anything that will kind of, you can push it all into.
Yep.
So you can just push down like that, and you do want to open out the hole as well. And then when you do all of them and take that off,
Yep.
again, I would go back in from this side.
Yep.
Just to open out.
So you're literally just making a hole to get your needle through.
You are, yeah. So it doesn't have to be large, but it needs to be visible enough that when you're stitching, you're not going to travel into the wrong row of holes. So
looks easily done. £2.99 for that awl. Even if you're not getting the kit or you missed out on it, an awl is such a
really
useful
handy.
tool.
Yeah, I use them all the time. All the time. I
All
use them all the time.
Like what you did there.
Okay, so then once you've got your leather prepared, and that's all we need to do that once we've punched the holes.
Yeah.
It then tells you about doing your pages. So you would need 15 sheets of paper per book. So there's enough in there for your 4 books. So you will fold 3 pages at a time. So I'm doing this really quickly just to show you really how simple
Janie, is this the same technique that you use for the Shabby Chic journal?
Yes, it is.
Great.
Yeah.
So we'll put the graphics up for that then, because the leather notebooks have sold out. But the Shabby Chic fabric journal kit, same kind of process.
And it's the same stitch as well.
Perfect.
So, yeah, same process of punching the holes.
Great.
The only difference with that one in rather than mylar template, you literally have that...
paper strip.
The paper strip, which...
But you said you'd reinforce that with some sellotape.
What I did with mine was put some sellotape both sides, punch the holes through, makes it a little bit stronger.
That's actually really good. That's my takeaway tip of the day. Yeah, for making it more durable and last longer. It's a great tip.
And I would suggest doing that even if you're not going to reuse it, because these holes are very close together. It's almost like perforating your paper. So yeah, I would say either if you've got a laminator at home, better to laminate it. But if not, just a bit of sticky tape on both sides.
Ace.
So we're folding the pages.
3 sheets at a time.
3 sheets, so you'll have 5 stacks of these, okay? And then what we need to do is make sure that we've got holes in the paper that align with the holes we've already put in the spine. Again, exactly the same for the fabric journal. So I'm just using one piece of the paper as a template, basically. So what did we do with the template?
I probably took it away.
You might have done.
Tidying up, you see.
So with the fold line, all I've done on here is drawn a line just to make it easier. And then lay your template over the top. So make sure the top and the bottom are lined up. And then wherever, it doesn't matter which row of holes, and we are only piercing this once.
Oh, okay.
So whichever row of holes matches up with that line, all we're doing is just popping a little pencil dot in there. Okay, so now I know if I pierce it that spacing, it's going to match what I've got in my cover.
Easy.
Okay, so then what I will do is pop that inside. So on Hobby Maker, we've got like a little piercing cradle. So if it's something you're doing a lot, it just makes it easier. But we can bring in our trusty piece of foam again.
Do you order things just to get the packing foam?
Yeah, let's go with that.
I don't want the fridge.
I don't want the fridge.
Don't want the fridge, thanks. No, just need the packing material.
So what you need to make sure is that everything is lined up, because obviously once we pierce it, we want it to go through the inside of the fold and outside of the fold. So again, just piercing straight down, nothing tricky about it.
You really do want your awl here, don't you? So make sure you grab one.
Yeah, they are handy. So then you've got that coming out on the fold, okay? So you'll do that on all your... So once you've got a fold of paper like this, it's what we call a signature in bookmaking.
Love that. Do you do workshops, classes on
Yes, and we do retreats. Come on one of our residential retreats. We do country house craft retreat in Somerset.
Lovely.
As if you couldn't tell by the accent that that's where I'm from.
Somerset?
Somerset.
Where is that? Well, I'm from Gloucestershire.
Gloucestershire.
I'm from the Shire. Yes. I've worked very hard to leave that accent behind. I'm joking.
I worked very hard to keep mine.
No, I'm joking. I'm sure I have still got an accent.
I think it depends who you're talking to when the accent comes out. Yeah. So obviously people notice my accent. But if I'm at home,
went down the riverside for a couple of drinks on a Friday night, I'd be talking like you by the end of an hour.
We have a pint of cider.
Oh, yeah, for some scrumpy.
Yeah, and a ploughman's.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Now you're talking. Now you're talking.
Right, should we get back to this? No, I'm not bothered. Again, this is exactly the same for your fabric journal. I know I'm showing it on the leather one, which is gone. But
so although you've only pierced one hole on here, you pierced all the holes on the leather.
So because we've got 5 signatures in the journal. Get in. In the journal, there's 7 signatures, but again, the stitching is exactly the same. So
and that's what makes the spine. See, I'm starting to understand how a book is made now.
Yeah.
It's great.
But it's once you start talking about bookbinding, some people are like, oh, that's a bit scary. But it's like, if you stitch, this is just stitching.
It's just very highbrow, but it's very easy skills to make these.
Everyone can fold paper. You've got the accuracy. If you're used to stitching anyway, you know, you're used to having to be accurate. It's just holes that we're piercing, you know. So the way that I tend to do it is the signatures I'm not working on away from me. Okay. So every time I bring one on, I'm kind of tipping it over. So ideally, you keep them in the order in which you've pierced them, okay, in the direction. So I've got the leather face down, and what I'm going to do is start off. So I'm right-handed, so I start on the right-hand side. Doesn't make any difference if you start on the left. It's just the way I find easiest. So I'm starting on the inside of the book, and you want to line with the lowest row of holes. Okay. So I'm bringing that through. This is where I could have punched my holes a little bit thicker. So, and then I'm leaving a decent end on there, probably about 10 centimetres, okay? Then you've got your little bulb pin, and we're just going to loop that on because we need to go back into the same hole. This is where I'm giving my varifocals a run for their money. So I'm trying not to put my head in the way. So what we're going to do is the end stitches are link stitches. So this is basically called a long stitch book because we have the long stitch in the middle, and then each of these on the end, they link the next signature on. So the thing we need to do is create a loop so that we're able to link once we get back to that end. All we're doing then is a simple running stitch, okay? So just keep going until we get to the other end. And the important thing, well, one of the important things is to make sure that you always stay in the correct row. I think I mentioned just now, it's quite easy to jump up a row. If you don't notice in time, then obviously you're having to rip out your work, which isn't ideal. So when we get to the end of this one, this is the sort of thing I'll do, and I say, make sure you stay in the same row and live on air and go, oh, look, I've gone into the wrong row.
Yeah. Because anyone can make that mistake.
Yes. So I'm just giving that a little bit of a pull there just to kind of tighten that tension a little bit. If you've got too much slack in there, the further you move on, the harder it is to get the tension right. So you want to try and do that as you go. And then just as a little side note, when you are pulling your thread, either you're pulling in the direction that you're stitching towards the edge of the book. If you pull it back, you'll rip your paper.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
Makes sense.
So we're done with that signature for the moment. So now all I'm going to do is kind of go upstairs into the next row. Okay, so I'm just going to go through, if I can see where I put the hole. There's light shining on this shiny leather and I can't see it. Come on, you. Let's go through from this side just so I can see. There it is.
There it is.
And then, so we'll bring on the next signature. Okay, open it up to the center, and then again, all we're doing is a running stitch. Yeah, it really should have pierced these holes a little bit wider. So making sure that I'm coming out in the same row.
There's your long stitch.
Yep. So again, it's just a simple running stitch. And then line it up with the papers. Ooh. Go in there. There we go. And then out of the next one. Let's pull, where's my end?
There it is. And do you put all your thread into your needle in one go?
I do, yes. So even though you are working with a long piece of thread, I prefer that to joining a thread in the centre. So I started off, I made the tail quite long, so you're not physically pulling through too much, and then just shorten it. So then you would tighten that one, and then you just repeat again. So you jump up, carry on. Then when you get to the other, oh, sorry, let me show you this bit. Let me take this bulb pin off. And then we can link underneath that loop like that. And then I'm just going to pull that end. So this is where we began now. I'm just pulling that end like that. And I can either tie that off now, or I can wait until the end, which I'll probably do because I'll tighten that last row up, wait until the end, and then I'll tie that off. So we've linked that bottom stitch in now. Then we just carry on the same as we did before. So we jump up again, carry on. Then when we get to this end, we loop underneath that stitch.
Yeah, makes sense.
And up to the next one. And that's how we carry on then.
Brilliant.
So all you're doing is a long stitch, loop underneath. So make sure you're not stitching through the thread, you're going underneath it. And I would say whichever way there's not really a right or a wrong way, but whichever way you naturally link under. So if I go from the inside outside to link, always go from the inside outside. Or if you go outside in, just repeat that. And you just keep going. When you get to the last one, you'll link under, but you haven't got another signature to bring on. So you go back into the hole that you've just come out of, and then that's where you tie off.
Fab.
Simple as that.
It's really clever. Such a clever technique.
And we do this with complete beginners in like hour-long workshops.
And how long have books been being bound like that?
Oh, man, like old.
Like medieval?
Yes.
Or
yes, I do a lot of medieval research, actually. I've been to archives in cathedrals and looked at medieval books and things. And it's great when the books are broken, then you can see how they're stitched together. It was a real skill. Real skill.
Amazing.
But yeah, and these are ideal for gifts, especially for male gifts as well.
So cool. Yes, completely. I love it. I love it. Absolutely brilliant. I think I just want to mention at this point the Shabby Chic journal, because all of those skills that you learned there, the creating the signatures and the long stitch, are the same techniques that are used to create the Shabby Chic journal. The difference is that you have sewn this fabulous collaged outer to create your book first, a larger journal as well, and your fabulous tassel, your, what do you call them?
Dangle.
Your dangles. That hang off the edge as well. And inside that kit, I mean, it's really extensive. You've got all of your beautiful paper to make a big journal. You've got your paper toppers. You've got your bookbinding guide, your stitching guide. You've got both of your boards. Are they both called backboards, or are they called backboards?
Yeah, well, construction boards, book
construction
boards, cover boards, whatever.
They're what create the whole kind of shape. You've got your calico for your foundation that you're then going to stitch and patch. You've got 4 of these kits left, by the way, so be quick. You've got all your fabrics for patch.
You've got, so this literally is the offcuts. When I've been trimming down leather for the books, these are the offcuts. So you do have some fantastic embossed. Some of the textures are amazing.
Amazing. Absolutely gorgeous.
So they will all vary. But you will be getting the embossed leathers. They're all doing leather. You'll get some larger pieces, some smaller pieces. Again, look, that piece there, I mean, I can't guarantee what you'll get in your kit, but that is big enough to make a journal as well. But these are great for patching in, for adding. I mean, look at the texture on that one. It's like a basket wreath.
Yeah.
And most of this comes from a bag maker.
So cool.
But yeah, you can patch these together to make another journal, and one of the pieces isn't quite big enough.
Yeah.
Do a nice decorative cross stitch to piece 2 pieces together.
Okay.
I would overlap very slightly with a tiny little bit of glue.
Okay.
Do a big decorative cross stitch.
Yeah.
Patch 2 pieces together, because if you think
that
you
would
could
work,
have
wouldn't it?
the stitch coming down as a
So
decoration.
like if it was 2 pieces like that, so you wouldn't butt them, you just overlap
well,
them very
it
slightly.
depends on the thickness. You might need to butt them up, because if you've got one that's really thick, it might make it too chunky. But
I'm going to have to take them off you, Janie.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Soft out. Can we have twice as many next time? But I mean, this is very limited, isn't it? Because Did you say that they're retiring?
Yeah, so it's a retiring business. I've already been round and bought quite a lot. And there is more there.
Yeah.
But we'll see what we can get.
Put them to breaking points.
Yes.
Now, we had these last time we were on together, Janie, and I just fell in love with these. These are the pre-made cantha panels. So does the size vary a little bit?
But
More or less?
only fractionally.
Very slightly.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. But the patterns will vary because obviously it depends what they've patched in. They're raw edge, so you can patch, you know, if you want to buy more than one, you can then patch them together.
Yeah.
But yeah, these are perfect for making bags, journal covers,
Amazing.
all sorts of things.
And they're backed as well. You've got
Yes.
a backing,
Yeah.
and they're quilted through. There's no wadding in there, is
No,
there? It's
no.
you patch top, your backing, and then they're quilted together with this
Yeah.
big stitch cantha quilting.
Yes.
This is one example. They will all be different, won't
Yeah,
they?
they will. They will. Yeah, so I brought those two because
love
they do
'em.
look quite different to each
Yeah,
other,
yeah,
just to show you the variety that you might get. Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. $4.99 a piece, and this would be the most amazing stool cover or
Ooh,
chair
yes.
cover, wouldn't it?
It would, yes.
Really
Yes.
nice.
And this, at the moment, what we've got on the show is the last of my stock. I don't
this
know
is.
if I can get any more. At the moment, what we've got on the show is all of my stock. So, just saying.
Don't like that.
Oh, he's going off me again.
Yeah, I'm a bit.
He's going
well,
off
no,
me
no,
again.
but I mean, you just got to be quick today.
Yeah.
So we might well not be able to get these again.
Yeah, I don't
know.
know. I don't know.
right.
Hopefully, but I don't know. I can't promise.
I think, wouldn't it be cool to use this for, say, like big patch pockets on a jacket, denim jacket?
Yes.
Or if you did a shacket, you could do the yoke in
That would look
cantha.
nice. That would look nice. You
And you
offering
just-
to make me one?
Yeah,
So I'll make you a book. You make me a jacket.
I mean,
Sounds like a good deal
have you
to
seen
me.
my dressmaking?
I've not.
Brilliant. Keep going through for those, won't you? Last chance at the moment on those. Right, let's do the Sari trim rolls. Now, you brought 3 different examples because, again, these vary,
They
don't
vary,
they?
yeah. So
Tell me about
literally,
these.
I buy them in. Again, they're recycled from Indian manufacturing. They're all on. They're approximately 100 grams. So if
So you
you've
get one
got,
of these rolls.
you get one
You've
of
just got
these
3
rolls.
different
Yeah,
examples.
just to show you that they all vary. So if you've got a lot of thinner kind of chiffon, silk chiffon,
Yeah.
you'll get more on the roll. Whereas if you've got something that's got a lot of embellishment on it, there'll
Yep.
be slightly less on the roll.
Because it's by weight.
It's
and
by
they've been
weight, yes.
joined
Yes.
with like a straight seam across. So if you wanted to separate them, oh, hello.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yes. Yeah.
Wow.
See, I haven't got a clue what's in these because
I'm not going to unroll the whole thing, Janie, don't worry.
I think we did last time, didn't we?
I probably did. Sounds like me. Definitely sounds. Oh,
Walking
wow.
around the studio with it.
Oh,
No, that's good
amazing.
colour,
But
isn't it?
beautiful. And they do seem to be quite complementary colours for each other.
Yes.
See, I'm stopping now.
Okay, he's behaving
Rolling back
himself.
up now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Were you opening another one, or are you?
Yeah, well, I'll let you. I'll let you.
Let's have a look at this one. then, 'cause
Yeah.
This looks quite heavily embellished on the outside.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, you can see that would be the trim that is on the sari. So you've got
that's
like a silk
gorgeous.
chiffon. Now look at the colour of that. You're just letting me unroll it now, aren't you? So then I
Yeah.
can't complain about
Can't
rolling it
blame
back up
anybody
again.
now but
Oh, there's a
yourself.
lot of orange on this one.
Yeah.
That could be pieced together.
Yeah, it could. Beautiful.
Let's see what the next colour is. Oh, look at that.
Oh, it's really yummy.
Yeah.
Amazing.
But yeah, you can kind of see on the edges, you can see all different colours
Yeah.
you get. I can see some more sequins popping out from
See,
there.
amazing.
But yeah, they all vary completely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really cool.
I'm not even rolling that back up.
Single figures left on this. Single figures left. Check out your baskets, won't you? Bring so many inspiring things.
Oh, thank you. I love colour, can you tell?
I can tell. Me too. It's just.
So I'm
the
enjoying being in front of this.
Oh, well, it's just, thank you. It's just lovely to play. It's
Yes.
joyful, and most adults don't get enough or any playtime.
No.
You can't do anything but play.
I don't
with
think we should
Janie's.
grow up.
I
That's
agree.
like a nonsense idea.
It's
Who
very
came up with the idea of
overrated.
growing up? It's just silly.
Very
But yeah, it's
overrated.
colours, it's textiles. textures. It's just fun, isn't it? It's fun in a bag.
So this is the lovely. Say, yes, please. This is 200 grams of Sari silks and snippets and embellishments and ribbon and you name it. Oh, I do love a bit of Madras check.
Yeah, so it's a really good way of getting a wide variety, because depending on the craft that you're doing, you don't want to be buying separate rolls of everything necessarily.
Love that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Love that.
And look at the colour of that green as well.
Amazing.
That's amazing.
You know, I used to think colour was colour until I started travelling. And even on a package holiday, wherever you go in the world, you see colour differently, don't you?
You do.
In the life, culture, the people, the religions, they all use colours differently.
Yeah.
So
and
exciting.
on my bucket list is to travel to India. I'm not sure where I want to go yet.
You've got to do it all, Janie.
All of it. The whole of India.
The whole of India.
You just want me to bring back more goodies.
I think many trips.
Many trips. I need to see peacocks in the wild.
Oh, wow.
That's one thing I see, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
One of my guests used to keep peacocks.
We had one when I was young.
Did
you? We were saying I live on a farm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we had a peacock and I've always said I wanted another one, but yeah, they are a bit noisy.
The white ones.
Oh no, see, I do like they are pretty, but I do like the colourful ones. Yeah.
It's when they shake and the tail goes up. Amazing.
Yeah.
Remember childhood going to Pittville Park in Cheltenham and they had peacocks just wandering around.
Yeah.
Which as children we just thought was the wildest thing in the world.
Yeah. They are amazing birds. Yes.
No wonder you love colour.
Yes.
These are beautiful. Now we've got the Lucky Dip Dangle Pack. Love the name of that. 40 grams. There's a lot in there.
So if you start doing your journals and dangles and, but again, for all, who doesn't want a good dangle, Stuart? That's all I can say. But in this one, you've got some lovely banana yarn in there as well.
What's banana yarn?
So there is, let me see if I can find the difference. So that's a silk yarn.
Right.
And this is
a
banana yarn, so you can feel
banana yarn. Banana yarn. Banana yarn. Banana yarn.
Get me started.
What is it then?
Yes, so like from the husk, I believe, from the tree. I don't know. To wait for that. Yeah, so quite as soft as the silk yarn.
What isn't?
Do I have to say it again?
No.
I'm gonna.
Go on.
Banana yarn. It's like the other day when I was saying to someone about putting some rivets in the leather.
Yeah.
And I thought I sound like a frog because I was like, rivet it.
Rivet.
Rivet it.
Rivet. So beautiful.
But
yeah.
Again,
if you're doing the journaling and making the journals, again, these could be, because in a book, I do like the page markers.
Yes, yeah.
Several
and there's lots of room for decoration in these. I mean, you can add things onto here. You can add more on here. You can also patch it into your stitching.
I just want to make books now.
Loads of different things.
Janie, I just want to make books.
Come on a retreat.
I want to. That sounds wonderful.
We've got one in April. We've got one in August, and another one at Yule. Yes. Come and see us. It's fun.
I know.
Lots of good food. But I'm not supposed to talk about food.
Okay, fair enough. Janie, just amazing. Thank you so much for a completely brilliant hour.
Thank you.
So inspiring, so full of colour, I love it. Thank you. When are you back?
I am back, what are we now, March, April? I'm back in May. I'm doing every other month. I'm doing every other month.
Well, we can see you tomorrow on Hobby Maker.
Hobby Maker tomorrow, yes.
Not an issue, not an issue. Now, thank you so much. Victoria's question. Yeah, definitely. Hi, Stuart. Could you tell me if the Brother Innovis VQ4 sewing and quilting machine has a hard cover, please? It's a really good question. And I can tell you now, it has. It's not a hard cover in the sense, it is like the Elna 680 Plus. It is like almost like a canvas cover. It's structured. It's got kind of like a front, back and a top over, but not a hard case in that sense. I'm going to be showing it actually on Sunday, I think. Sunday or Monday. So tune in and I will show you everything.
Do you get tempted just to buy all the machines?
Oh,
like
completely.
all the machines?
But I have got a brother like the...
How many sewing machines do you have?
9.
That's more than me.
Right, we need to go to a break. When we come back, I am joined again by the fabulous Gail Pemberthy with more sewing and inspirational and Easter and spring goodness. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you after this.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street. Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're aware. So shop your way with split pay.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Pins are used to hold pattern pieces onto your fabric and your fabric together before you sew it. Always buy the best pins that you can afford. I like ones with nice that you can hold because you can see them if you drop them on the floor. I also like a magnetic pin dish because it stops you losing them.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Oh, wow. I'm joined again this hour by the amazing Gail Pemberthy. Gail, so good to have you here.
Thank you. So,
felt like ages.
I know. It seems like a lifetime ago since we were there at Christmas.
But here we are, and we're doing spring. Look at these incredible wreaths. They are absolutely amazing. There's 3 different kits from. There's a blue version, there's a lemon version, which we absolutely adore, gorgeous, the stripy legs.
Nice.
There is also as well a pink version. So I think a lot of you are already thinking, you know, kind of blue for a boy, pink for a girl, you know, as a nursery or children's room thing.
Yeah,
these
not just for Easter, you see. That's where I was going with the design. So we've got the example there that shows the Easter eggs, and he's holding the little Easter eggs. But then in the pattern, because I like to keep you on your toes with the pattern, you've also got the hearts. And then you can see this one's holding the hearts. So if you're looking and you're thinking, do you know what, Easter's really my thing, but I like that spring-like decoration, then you've got the availability to do either the hearts or the eggs, or do you know what, mix and match.
Oh, you really could. But do you know, if you made this for the grandies, they would keep that forever and ever. And what a beautiful thing to have and to keep. Now, we're going to start with the lemon version, and I'm just going to, is it this one here at the bottom?
It'll be the one at the bottom. Why is it always the one at the bottom?
Always. There we go. So, oh gosh, the kit's amazing, Gail. Absolutely amazing.
Thank you.
Will you talk us through what you're getting?
Yeah. So we've got everything in the kit. So let's just start with, we've got the pom-poms, we've got the hanging loop ribbon, we've got the little bit of string that's going to go in his legs. We've got the white fleece. So if you're wondering, where's the white fleece on here? Well, there it is on the back there. That's what I've used to cover the ring. So we've got that in there. We've got the lovely bee fur and that for his little beard, his little nose. We've got the...
Everything is beautiful quality, Gail. Really beautiful.
Well, I'm sure you feel the same, Stuart. I don't want people working with something that I don't want to work with.
True.
And I do get a little bit like precious with fabric. It has to go through the touch-feely thing. And I think there's no point in working with substandard fabric. You've put a lot of time and effort into that.
You can always tell, can't you, when a kit's been put together by another like genuine, passionate maker, somebody who actually works with this. You can all tell because there's that attention to detail.
Exactly, and I don't want people thinking, oh, well, she made a nice one and now she's just given us some bit of cheap tat in the kit. Everything, I'm really careful.
Nicely put. It's exactly the same as the one you made.
Yeah, I'm really careful about colours and everything, because there's nothing more disappointing, is there, than buying something and then when it turns up it's a different colour and that.
100%.
So you've got your wire ring in there, you've got the yellow that makes the gnome, you've got some pipe cleaners and that's for his little arms so you can sculpt his arms, and then you've got all the lovely felts that are in there to make the flowers, to make the eggs, to make his feet, and each kit as you get it, so each kit's got the same products in there, but obviously they will vary then according to which colour gnome you've chosen.
So really the difference is this piece of fleece.
Yeah, this piece of fleece, and then I give you some additional fleece for the shoes, or if you've got the pink, say we've gone for the pink gnome, I've given you additional pink felt for the extra, and his arms and legs will change colour. Now I could have done them all the same colour and made my life easy, but I like to live on the edge.
Yeah, of course.
And all colours according. And so thinking as well, right? Just
what makes your kit so special, though, Gail?
Thank you.
Why they're so loved.
Thinking of the wreath as a whole, you could just make your little gnome on its own and he could sit on a yeshiva and then you could just cover the ring with the eggs and the flowers and just have the wreath as in, you don't have to sit the gnome into the wreath. And we had a lovely lady who made lots of these for Christmas.
Oh, yeah.
So she made them in red and she put little poinsettia flowers in there.
Because, of course, you've got the pattern, haven't you?
Exactly.
So, you know how you've done, like, the crinkly hat?
Yeah.
Do you show us how in the kit, how to do that?
Yes. So
it's so cute.
So it's just a plain hat initially, a big long hat, and then where the seam is on the hat, I do a running stitch up the seam to the top, across the top and then back down, and then pull on it and draw it, and then it creases all the hat.
So clever.
Because I think it doesn't look better than just just a pointy hat.
Totally.
And I think that's what's important, and that's why it's worth reading through the pattern and that, because everything's thought through for you.
To understand why, yes.
Yeah. And also just that extra little touch of his hat being crinkly makes a difference between something that's shop bought and then handmade by you.
Well, it suddenly introduces the personality, doesn't it?
Exactly.
And it's no longer a sewn thing. It almost takes on a life of its own. Absolutely fabulous. The kits are flying out. There's 3 options. Now, at the moment, the lemon spring gnome is on screen. Now, remember, you've got the patterns to put Easter eggs in the gnome's hands and above, or hearts if you prefer, or you can do a mixture of the two.
Yeah. It's yours. The only thing you don't get in the kit, so let me just be clear of what's not in there then, is you don't get the toy stuff in, and for this you don't get the decoration for the eggs.
Right.
So I've left that to you to decorate them in whichever way possible.
Perfect.
You know, so I've done hand embroidery on them. I mean, we've all got beads and buttons and bits and bobs in our stash. We were talking this morning about the glitter felt that we had to show. You can use a little bit of glitter felt to decorate them. You know, and that's giving you a little bit of freedom to do what you want with it.
If I wanted to do more hearts or more eggs, and intersperse them with flowers, I've got plenty of felt, haven't I?
Yeah, enough in there.
Loads of ways you can make this.
Yeah, and also then, so the eggs and the hearts and that. So imagine that just freestanding on it. Put a little hanging loop on there,
of course.
And then you've got eggs then ready to decorate your tree, and the little teeny tiny ones as well.
These are adorable.
Little hanging loops on there. It's another thing. So, and again with the flowers, like when we were talking about petal and that, you've got flowers. A couple of those together, make a little brooch.
Yeah.
You know, decorate children's headbands for for the spring and that.
If you wanted to, you could completely hand sew this, couldn't you? If you don't have a sewing machine, you can hand sew the whole thing.
Yeah, you can. And I have lots of customers out there that do all hand sewing. And the beauty of fleeces is it's soft to sew through and that. So it'll take a little bit because you're hand sewing. Yeah. But you know what it's like, Stuart.
More pleasure.
Yeah, hand sewing, you're up close and personal, aren't you?
Are.
So you can enjoy the moment.
Oh,
and it's something you can share with people when you're hand sewing. When you're on a machine, you're quite insular, aren't you?
Oh, yeah.
You know,
you can't. I can't talk over the noise of a sewing machine.
Yeah. But with hand sewing, you can communicate and watch the TV.
Look, here's the blue version. I love the way. I'm just going to turn it around so you can see. You know, it's a little bottom perching,
overhanging a little bit,
and little dangly legs. Fabulous, just like in real life. It's so cute. I'm down to single figures. Check out your baskets, please. Don't miss out. There's time, but only just. Absolutely brilliant. And you said earlier on, and forgive me if this is absolutely sacrilegious, but if we were time short, we could hot glue gun.
Oh yeah.
Quite a lot of these elements.
Yeah. I don't, because I'm in the business of encouraging you to sew, aren't I? Yeah. But there's nothing you can't do with a hot glue gun. So so you could stick all the pom-poms into the middle there with hot glue gun. You could you'd have to gather the flowers together. So just do the little hand gathering. Yeah. But you could hot glue all of that on there. I am not the sewing police. No. I'm not going to be there checking on you. So it's entirely up to you. If you're happy with a glue gun, then just use it.
I mean, I'm with you. I'm here to encourage people to enjoy sewing, but also, you know, we all live in the real world where sometimes it's be like, oh, you know, it's 2 hours till Easter, and I'm just going to finish this off now.
Well, I did my City and Guilds years ago, you know, patchwork and quilting.
Oh, did you?
And we had to do box making, and all of the box making was done lacing all the fabric over there, and then constructing all the box together, curved needles and that. And then, I also worked for another company. We were talking earlier about making display stands, and we glued everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
but real high-end
yeah,
display for real high-end products.
And it was glued,
yeah.
you know, because it's easier.
Yeah, and
basically.
it works.
Yeah.
And it works.
As long as you get a nice finish.
Yeah,
I think it doesn't matter how you get there, as long as what you're left with is pleased to look at.
I mean, absolutely gorgeous, so covetable, so giftable, and just the kind of thing, you cannot buy these. You cannot buy these. I've asked, believe me. Gail just said no, shouldn't really. No, but I mean, the joy is in the making, but then also having this, bringing it out, you know, each year. Or, I mean, with the hearts, this could absolutely be hung over a bed or on a door year round.
You could if you wanted to. So let's forget the gnome. We've made him and we've popped him off into to display somewhere else. You could get one of the hearts, put a hanging loop on there, and then hang the heart from there, and that would hang in the middle, in the space in the centre. So you really can have fun with, like, sort of designing your own project.
Yeah.
I'd like to think that what I do is I give you a couple of little techniques in there, making the flowers, how to cover the ring, how to make the hearts, how to make a gnome, and then you can mix and match and interchange them, you know.
You really could. It's very... So thinking, Gail, that without the gnome, this could actually be a frame. You could put a very special picture or photograph or memento in the frame.
That would be lovely. Or a nice little cross stitch in there, maybe.
Beautiful.
You know, like a little bit of red work or something.
Beautiful.
We should have a little design team together.
Oh, yes, please. Anytime. Anytime. There's only 4 of pink left, so I'm just going to show you. Now, let me just show you here. Just excuse me a minute. Sorry. I just want the idea of...
It was just that I can't have there's only so many only so much space in the house. I couldn't have another wreath.
Absolutely.
So that's
why
why
I'm just taking it off your hands, Gail.
Yeah.
There's the version. Absolutely gorgeous. Can you get 2 gnomes on together side by side, or was that overfilling it?
They'd be
comfy, cosy.
Cutched, wouldn't they?
They'd be
cutched, as I said earlier about being cutched. They'd be squeezed in there. It'd be a tight squeeze. Maybe you'd have to put them on a little diet and a little bit less stuff in there, so you could cosy them in.
Coach them up.
You could try.
Well, that's going to sell out. Lemon is really the only one we've got any stock of. If you want the pattern on its own, we've got that. Here's the pattern. Springtime. Wreath, it's gorgeous. Yeah. You get your full instructions for $9.99. Such exceptionally good value. You've got all of your individual elements, how to make your large and small eggs, your large and small heart, well, making your flowers, building the wreath itself, and then of course your instructions for how to make that gorgeous little gnome. What sort of level of sewer or maker do I need to be?
Well, we used a term called ambitious beginner.
Love that.
And I think as long as you're at beginner level, you can come into this. I'm using simple products. We spoke about it this morning as well. Sometimes people are scared by fleece because it's got a little bit of stretch in there. But there's method in my madness as to why I use it. It's very forgiving. The stitches disappear into there. So if you're not the neatest of sewers, you know, you're just starting and that, you can hide a multitude of sins in the pile then of the fleece.
It shapes really nicely when you do, doesn't it? That little bit of stretch. You get a lovely smooth shape.
Exactly.
Cotton fabric's very difficult to stuff.
Oh, yeah.
You get a smooth... that crinkle down the seam.
Exactly. So it works really well. And what I try to do is where it be challenging to turn through, I use a fleece. And then other areas where I want it a bit more structured, I use felt and that. But they're both easy fabrics. Yeah. There's nothing, I think that I don't overcomplicate anything for people. Because I want it to be achievable. There's no point in me making something that then you can't recreate, is there?
But the finished results are absolutely stunning. I'm just going to bring that lemon gnome wreath back in. Remember, you can do Easter eggs, or you can switch it out and do the hearts instead, or you can do a mixture of the two. You can do the wreath with or without the gnome. The gnome can be freestanding or free sitting, free running. So adaptable. So adaptable. The whole kit, including patterns, £25.99, is absolutely amazing value. For all that you have put into that kit, Gail, it's exceptional value.
Yeah, thank you.
Exceptional. Because, remember, £9.99 pattern, that means that you're paying, what, £16 for all of this. All the felt, all the pom-poms, the pipe cleaners, the fabric, the fleece, the frame, everything else. Yeah. Amazing.
It takes the stress out of looking for all the bits and pieces, isn't it? Because that's what makes a thing. But then you've got the pattern then, that once you've made it once and you've learnt all the techniques, you can start using bits from your stash or just purchasing the odd other little bits and pieces that you need. Yeah. But yeah, I love a kit because you just open the bag, just some toy stuff in, and you're straight in there, aren't you? And it looks like the one that's on the picture.
Exactly right. So, exactly right. Now, we're going to meet Hoppy next.
Oh.
In pink and blue and mint. Little Hoppy.
I couldn't resist. I needed to do them in all colours.
Of course.
And I give Hoppy a little set of wings as well. So I thought that she can have some little angel wings if she wants, or so you can do her with or without the wings. So that you can see the blue and the mint. I've taken the wings off, and she looks quite pale, doesn't she, on camera? But that's quite a nice, pretty little pink.
It's really soft pink. It's lovely.
And the kit. Oh, sorry, because I'm just hiding. I'm just coveting the kits here. So which colour do you want to do?
We'll start with pink, please.
Pink one. So in the kit, there's enough to make 2.
Oh no way! That's amazing for £16.50. 2, because I was thinking, gosh, if you've got 2 grandchildren and they'll both want one, you can make them both from one kit.
Yeah, so both from one kit. So plenty of fleece. And when I come to demo later, I'm going to do a little demonstration on there. You can see how much fleece you've got.
Loads.
So that's for her head and her hands and her feet and that. You've got enough glitter felt you can see there, so you can make 2 sets of wings, or you can save that for another project if you don't want to give her the wings. You've got the pink fleece, pink felt for her inner ears there. And then you've got this pink felt for the little Easter egg. Can you see the one's got a little Easter egg?
Just a minute. So look, we've got all of that
to make the little egg.
You don't skimp.
Oh no, nothing worse is there. You know, some kits you're like that, just trying to.
Oh yes.
Yeah, and there's like just a strand of thread, isn't there, between you and disaster?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, I'd like to give you,
one thread too far over and it's game over.
Yeah. So, and then in your kit, you've got the little carrot, so you can decorate it with a carrot. There's some little bows in there. You've got the beads for her eyes. You've got the cord for her legs, and got this super lovely, fluffy stuff to decorate the top of the hat. So everything's in there. And then this lovely fabric that, as you can see, does shed a little bit at the beginning. Yep. But then once you've got over the shed, you've cut it. Yep. It's fine. My favourite is sellotape. You know, a little bit of sellotape just to pick up all the fluff. And you can see with the fabric, it's double-edged, so that makes a dress nice and thick. Yeah. And you can decide which side you really like the best of the fluff. I have seen people that've gone on to make lots of these, like a whole. Well, you know, bunnies are like they reproduce.
They
don't
do.
They
do.
So you'll never stop it.
No.
And then they've made the dresses out of cotton.
Oh,
or,
lovely.
You know, can you imagine her in a little Liberty dress or something?
I really can.
I went for this because I just thought it was a lovely, soft, tactile fabric for the spring. You could change her up into all different colours.
You really could. And you can make 2 for £16.50. Get instructions as well. I've got teens of these. I know you're waiting to see all colours, but I've only got teens in the pink. So if you think pink would be the colour, you grab it now. Okay, so that's the pink. Let's have a look at the other 2 colourways. So we've got blue. Now all the kits come with a little carrot button, but also you've got that bit of bright pink felt if you want to make an Easter egg instead. Remember, you're going to make 2, so one could hold the Easter egg, one could hold the carrot. So that's the blue colourway. Again, enough fabric to make 2.
Sorry to reach across.
No problem, go ahead.
So the kit was exactly the same as the first kit that I showed you, but this time the only difference is you've got the blue fabric instead, and you can see there's plenty of fabric there if you look at the size of her dress, you know, so ample to cut out. And again, you've got a little bow, you've got a little carrot, and that other fluff. And that plenty of things, the eyes
You get
and
the
that
little
in
beads
there.
for the eyes, yeah.
Yeah, it's all in there. And she's really easy to make. So she'd look hanging maybe from a door handle, or if you've got an Easter tree, you know, you could...
well, lovely for Easter, but also lovely because of the sort of like the fluffiness as well. I would get her back out at Christmas.
Yeah.
She's got a little bit of a wintry look too in the blue.
But exactly. Or could you imagine if you made a little red dress or something for Christmas? Or a little like tartan, she'd look great in that as well, wouldn't she? So I think they'd make nice little hanging ornaments, like you say, for all year round. Just change the fabric.
Gorgeous little keepsakes.
Yeah, and you change the look. I think as well, you know, people do like tooth fairies and things like that. And with the wings, that's why I give the pattern to give the wings. I think it's nice if you're thinking fairy, or if somebody's not well, you know, sort of like a little bunny angel sort of thing to give them. The possibilities are endless, and you can animate her hands if you want. You can, you know, stitch them down to hold something and that, you know, possibilities.
Holding a carrot, of course.
Yes.
Yeah, gorgeous. That's the blue version. And then there is the mint version, which is my favourite.
Well, do you know, the thing was, when I first made her, I went for the pink, because it was sort of like the obvious colour to choose. And then I went blue. And then when I went back to get more fabric, I saw the mint. And then the mint has been the most popular.
Oh, has it really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, because I just think, well, it's a slightly stronger colour as well, isn't it? So it's a nice colour. And again, I sort of makes it like any time of the year, I think.
Yeah, it does. It's really fresh and... oh, now, nice idea. If you had a look out for like special buttons, you can get buttons like all little wooden letters.
Oh,
so
yeah.
it could be the letter of someone's name.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Holding.
Yeah. See, once you're involved, I think this is a lovely thing about the show as well, and people out there, is, you know, when you're together, you start brainstorming, don't you?
You do.
And then you're like, oh, I could do this and could do that. And then that's where all the ideas form. You know, people say to me, where did you get that idea from?
Yes.
You don't just come up with an idea, do you?
No.
It evolves as you're talking, and the same with like making the wreath and whatever. When I made the wreath, it evolves as it goes along, you know. Yeah, but I like the bunnies. I'm biased, but I do like the
really
little
cute,
bunnies.
really cute.
Quick and easy to make, good thing to sell as well. Nice.
Yes.
Imagine them on your craft stall.
Yes, just to remind you all that your angel policy is make and sell as many as you like, but you may not reproduce the pattern, of course.
Yeah.
The pattern is just for your own personal use. No lending, no selling, no photocopying.
As one of my ladies said, is so I can feed my dogs.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what feeds my dogs, the pattern.
I love that. I love that. Yeah, exactly. But also as well, it's why you're able to keep coming back and bringing us more inspiration and more lovely things for us to make.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. You're supporting the designer. They're absolutely gorgeous. You could make 3, couldn't you? Absolutely gorgeous. Now, this is the version wearing a gorgeous dress. This is Hoppy, but we've also got Warren. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Here's one. I think we might have to start with the blue version, because he reminds me of a certain stork rabbit in his blue jacket. Just a little bit.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. Yeah, he is.
Love the bow tie. And Hannah, our producer, is only thinking of Warren from Hollyoaks, apparently.
Oh, right.
I haven't got a clue.
No, I don't. I'm not Hollyhocks. I nearly said hollyhocks then. That's a flower, isn't it? Yeah, no, I don't know. That's a mystery to me.
Total mystery to me too.
Yeah.
So same options then. You've got the blue, the pink, and the mint. And I like that these come with different accessories. So you can do with scarf, or with bow tie, or with neither. jacket, shorts.
Exactly.
Fabulous.
And everything's really, when I come to demo it later, I'll show you how easy it is to make his little shorts and that. And again, when you think his little feet and his hands and that and his ears, you might be thinking, oh, they're really quite small. But because it's fleece and it's got a bit of stretch in there, they're easy to turn through and that. It's all in the pattern anyway, the techniques and that.
Fab.
And again,
of course, you've got the wings.
The wings, yeah.
If you want.
Optional wings. The piece of glitter felt. And add a little bit of glitter to whatever other project that you
And you
do
don't
there.
have to add the hanging loop, do you?
No, no.
A gorgeous, tiny brass and iron bedstead.
Oh, yeah.
Which they would go in.
Yeah, perfect.
3 in a bed.
Oh,
Perfect.
Oh, yeah, that would be so sweet.
So cute. Right, let's show you the kit. So this is to make blue, Warren.
Yeah. So again, you've got your lovely grey fleece. And as you can see, is plenty. And you're making 2 Warrens.
2 of these as
yeah,
well.
You never have one bunny on its own, do you?
Oh, Kate from Merseyside's message to say, these remind me of sugared almonds. Lovely gifts for flower girls.
Oh, yeah, that would be lovely, wouldn't it? Yeah, great idea. So yeah, you've got your glitter felt for his sparkly wings. You've got a nice piece of felt, and that's going to make his little shorts, his little dicky bow, and his arms. And that, so your fleece that we've talked about. Then you've got this, again, super soft, lovely fluff cuddle fur fabric. And that, and you can decide, it's a little bit fluffier one side than the other. You get to decide which side you want.
Did you use the shorter pile on yours?
Yes.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
So that makes his jacket.
Yeah, and then you've got his inner ear part. You've got your hanging loop. You've got the string for his little legs. And you've got the buttons for his 3 buttons on there.
So again, you get 6 in total because you can make 2
yeah.
4 lots of 4 eyes, 6 buttons. Everything's geared towards making 2 of these.
Exactly. And then I'm sure once you've made him, you'll want to make more.
Oh,
because
yeah.
bunnies, you have to have lots of bunnies, don't you?
Lots.
And then can you imagine? Because they're not difficult to make. Trust me. Imagine you could just gift that with a little egg, couldn't you? You know, rather than buy it, because some people are not eating chocolate, are they?
That's right. That's right.
Oh, and you've got a little.
Oh, now that'll please Chris. Chris has been obsessing in my ear, our director. Do they have bunny tails? Do they have bunny tails?
Well, Warren does.
Warren does.
But Hoppy, it's hidden under a dress.
Under a dress, of course. I'm not looking to check. She hasn't got a tail under there, is she?
No, shame on you. Don't even think about it.
For even suggesting it, Chris, shame on you.
Yeah, and so we got a little tufty tail as
really
well.
Really cute. Again, really low figures on all of these cuddles, all of these kids. I'm obsessed with cuddles now.
Well, it's a cuddly fabric. Yeah,
it is. Yeah. It is. Gorgeous. That's the blue. Let's show you the pink. Here's the pink version. Again, same things inside the kit. The only difference is you've got the pink buttons and the pink plushie for the jacket.
Yeah. So
pink felt.
Yeah, so everything's in there, just like you said, like the blue one and that, and you've got your hang and everything as well. So just the change of clothing, really.
Yep. Brill.
So it's lovely, and then finally we've got the mint. And again, so what I did with this little one, and it is in the pattern as well, with this little fluffy tail. It is in the pattern as well. I just cut a little strip of the fluff, a scarf on there, because I was trying to make people think as well. Can you imagine if you're making these for Christmas?
Oh, yeah.
And if you give him like little red shorts maybe and a little green top or a little tartan top. Gorgeous. And then you tied a little scarf around him ready for the winter, wrapping up for the winter. Yeah, that's a nice idea. So yeah, so you can do, you can use them however you want. But yeah, I think a lovely little gift here. And once you've made one, I always think with everything, isn't it, is making the first one, following in the instructions, and then once you've made the first one, you can just tear through them then, can't you, making lots more.
Absolutely brilliant.
Nothing overcomplicated in there at all for anybody.
Great, thank you. Now, decide on your colours. Do remember to check out your baskets, please.
We've got a right table full.
We've got a huge table full. Now, next up, Easter gift box kits. These are ace. These are brilliant.
So these are, I'll pop the tree in for a second, just so you can see them hanging from a tree, because that was my sort of thinking about them being on a tree. So let me just give you the little kit there
Oh, brilliant.
as well.
Thank you.
So if I take them off the tree, so they tie up. So the box is designed that it ties up nicely like that, and I call it a gift box. And then you can open up the box and the ribbon loops. And then in there you've got even got the instructions for the little holder to put the Easter egg in. And in the pattern, there's two different techniques. So there's a technique, if we look at that one, it's all one fabric, isn't that?
Mm-hmm.
But if we look at this one, okay, we've got two different fabrics in this one.
That's
so we've got
lovely.
the blue and the patterned, and I've put blue on the base. So in your instructions, you've got the instructions to make both designs.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
I can't believe the price of the kit as well. $16.99. I'll show you the kit in just a second.
Yeah. And two sizes as well. So you've got the teeny boxes. So you've got the teeny box and the large box.
So the large one, that'll fit like your sort of your cabbage cream egg, your caramel egg.
Yeah, yeah.
They're my favourites.
All of your standard eggs. And then, but I did think as well, right? So let's not just think Easter. Could be a Christmas box, couldn't it?
Can't we just obsess about Easter for a few minutes?
Go on then. But you can't talk about chocolate.
No.
And then, or you think of a christening. Maybe make that. You could put a little gift in there, couldn't you? It's a gift box.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Ultimately a gift box. It's Japanese fabric folding, so I'm sure lots of you have done that before, where you've folded the circles round squares. Mm-hmm. Well, this is the circle folded around the triangle. The best stash buster.
Oh yeah.
Because you're going to use up all your scraps of fabric and all your scraps of wadding. You know all those bits of wadding that you had left over from all the quilts?
Absolutely.
You know when you cut the after quilting it and you've got that strip all the way along the side and you don't want to throw it out, but you think, I don't know what I'm ever going to use it for. So perfect for this. I'll show you when we come to the demo.
Brilliant. So included in your kit, you get full instructions for making two sizes of Easter gift box, but equally these could be your alternate Christmas crackers. These could be christening gifts. These could favours on the table at a wedding.
They could be.
Couldn't they?
Yeah, small wedding. Small wedding.
Oh, you wouldn't want to make
200. It's a lovely technique, but I think even I draw a line at 200.
Yeah, don't push your luck, eh? You get your pelmet violin. This creates the structure.
That's what gives it the structure.
You get lots of ribbons.
Yeah.
Lots of lovely ribbon.
For the closure. And I give you a pack of the Dress It Up Easter buttons, but contents will vary. So I bought loads of buttons, and you'll get a pack of Easter themed buttons.
They're all Easter themed.
Yeah, but not necessarily that exact pack. Some of them have got like little, did I mention chocolate? Some of them have got little chocolatey eggs in them.
I wish I'd never said anything.
And then some of them have got, some of them look like this, you know, and then some of them have got baskets. So yeah, so they all you get Easter themed buttons. And and then the space to like decorate them yourselves. You don't have to put buttons on there if you don't want to.
The stock's flying out. If you want the kit, be really quick, please. Be really quick. You had your own fabric. You could do polka dots, do solids. You could use your scraps up. You could theme it completely with how you like to do Easter. If you love doing pastels, great. If you want to do them all creams and whites and like duck egg blues, you could do egg colours, couldn't you?
Exactly. And again, it's another one of the techniques. So once you've done it the once, right, you're just going to fly through there.
Yeah.
There is a little piece of paper in there that mentions about the pelmet violin. I've obviously had to fold it to get it into the box. Little steam iron and all the creases come out. Yeah. And that is the reason. So lots of people have asked me, why didn't I just make them with cardboard? You know, put cardboard in there. Problem with cardboard is once it creases, you've had it then, and the crease is weak and it'll never go back. With using pelmet violin, you can iron it, you know, steam iron brings it back to life. And if you pack these away for Easter and then you bring them back out next year, maybe, you can just run an iron over there and they look like brand new again.
Great tip. great tip and a great reason for using the pelmet violin, but also equally, you know, easy to get hold of. So if you want to make loads of these, not an issue.
And there's enough in there to make, so the piece of pelmet violin I've given you will make 6 little boxes or 4 large boxes.
Brilliant.
So that's enough to get you started. If you want to go on and make more then all of the requirements are easily accessible, aren't they?
Yeah.
A good stash buster. Imagine all those little leftover bits, or even
So clever.
put a little reel of cotton in there.
Yeah.
And, you know, or
pair of scissors.
Yeah. Or make it out of your friend's favourite fabric, you know, a nice little gift. And you could fold up a fat quarter of fabric inside there.
Gorgeous,
So then there'd be no chocolate. It'd just be fabric.
It's just a wonderful base pattern. I think we all need this pattern in our lives, don't we? I can think of so many times I would make these and use them. And they'd be just lovely. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much for bringing that. Now, if you want the pattern on its own, this is what I'm talking about. We all need it. We all need it. If you've got the kit, ace. I have only got a few of those left. But otherwise, grab the pattern. Grab the pattern. 2 different sizes. Do we learn how to ring that goes inside as well?
The pattern pieces for that are in there, and all the instructions on how to make the little ring. But I did think if you put a little bit of sponge in there and just cut a little slit, you could put a ring in there, couldn't you?
Now you're talking.
Yeah, exactly.
Now you're talking.
So,
I'm also thinking 24 of them. I mean, start now.
Yeah.
Start now. 24 of these. Here's your advent, your reusable advent calendar that you can bring out year after year.
Well, I will maybe towards the end of the year. I have got a little pattern for an advent version with teeny tiny ones with little wooden advent buttons on. That is so super cute. Yeah, so maybe, because we're doing Christmas in July, aren't we?
We certainly are.
I'm really excited. Yeah, I'm in for Christmas in July. Maybe the advent boxes will come out.
Yeah, definitely. Do you need some nice new Christmas fabric sending to you?
Oh, that would be nice. Ooh,
I've got a Christmas range coming out.
Oh, have you?
A fabric, yes, I have.
Oh.
When I've got some.
Yeah. Oh, that would be perfect.
I'll find you some. Joanne, there you go. Great minds, Joanne. Great item, maybe for advent calendars.
Yeah, perfect. 100%. And again, right, what I call this is my portable pattern, okay? Yeah. So you cut out the pieces, you put them in a little poly bag, you pop them in your handbag, or you put them in the glove compartment of the car. You know, if you're ever in the doctor's, dentist, waiting for the children.
Yeah, sitting on the bus,
traffic jam, anything. You just get it out, sew a couple of little triangles together. Before you know where you are, you've got hundreds
This is
of
how
them.
you do this, isn't it?
Yeah.
Simone says, hi, Stuart and Gail. Gail, I love all your kits. You're such a talented lady. Thank you for all your hard work.
Oh, wow. I'm blushing now. Thank you. That's very kind.
You do always inspire us so much. Now, Gail, a little demo for us, haven't you?
I have indeed.
That'd be amazing.
So shall I just skip along?
Do what we call a live walk.
All right. I'll just gracefully.
Beautifully done. Now that is walking with style, Gail. I love it.
Yeah, well, it's just lucky that I didn't go over because that's normally the kind of style that that I do. So while we were just talking there, and we were talking about Christmas and that, so let's just have a look at this made in Christmas fabrics. So you can see how it's altered. And one of the reasons I put this in the Christmas fabrics to show you is because it's in quite a contrasting fabric here. It really highlights the lovely effect you get by using 2 fabrics. And the box is sort of reversible. So imagine it without the little egg cup holder. So we've got this side where we've got this nice fluted edge. And then if we turn the box round the other way, it would have a pointy side.
Oh gosh, that's gorgeous.
Yeah, so then if we lay it out flat, you can see when we've got the triangle, we've got this shape on there. And if we lay it out the other side, you can see the nice fluted shape. Also, Stuart, thinking about this as well, if we made lots of them, okay, this is nicely padded and that, you joined lots of them together, you could make a table runner, couldn't you?
You totally could.
You know, because it's flat.
Yeah, you could.
And that. So, and that's what I was saying about, I'm sure lots of you have done Japanese fabric folding before, so you're aware of the technique. So talking about the pattern, we've already covered that you've got instructions to make both sizes. You've got paper templates. If you want to cut these from template plastic, then that's fine, okay? It's entirely up to you. But I just use, okay, you don't need anything more complicated than that. So with my card again, I I spoke to you this morning about it. Cereal boxes, okay, or boxes that you get your beer and whatever in. What's on the other side of there?
Daddy's beer.
Yeah. So use that because you know those boxes. They're like slightly waxy, aren't they?
Yes.
So they make a really good template. So again, we're going to slather loads of glue stick over there.
It's a good word, Gail.
Slathering.
Love it.
Pop it onto your card, stick it down and then cut it out. Don't cut the template first, okay? And then you'll definitely have the right shape. You're going to need, so that would be a pressing circle. You're going to need a fabric circle. Let me move this out of the way. And then we've got our other templates. It's all in the pattern, so don't worry. We've got two for the two different colour fabrics, okay? And then we've got triangle template. So once we've prepared all our templates, we now need to cut our fabric. We take our large fabric circle, we pop it onto our fabric. You can, if you want, it's no problem. You can just draw around it with a pen and then cut it out. When I'm making multiples of these, I'd stack 4 layers of fabric on top of one another and I cut all 4 out because we don't really care whether that's a really, really neat circle or not at this point because we're going to do a running stitch all the way around. So once I've cut out, you can see I've cut out my circle. We're going to do a running stitch all the way around there. Now I'm using black thread. It doesn't matter what colour thread you use, but a little tip, okay? With your fabric, start on the right side of your fabric and end on the right side of your fabric, and I'll explain in a second why. Do a little running stitch about 1/8 of an inch away from the edge. You don't have to be all like neat and precise. It really doesn't matter. You're going to do that all the way around. If I just bring the ironing mat in, it'll save you moving the cameras around everywhere. We just move the ironing mat in. We're then going to take our circle, okay, of fabric, and we're going to put the pressing circle in there. Now I think I've already, I'm going to speed forward a second and take one of the circles out because I'm short of one. Okay, and so the reason that I started and stopped on the right side of the fabric is when I pull on this, can you see now?
It's like magic.
Yeah, my thread ends up on the right side for me to tie. And then what I do is I take that to the ironing board and then I press, because what it does is it sort of heat sets it in. And then you can tie a knot in there if you want, if you've got a willing partner to stick their finger on there. I just use really long thread, so I've got my hands out of the way and then press. Pop the card out, you just saw me do that to this
You need
one.
a certain amount of trust, wouldn't you? Charlie, can you put your finger here while I iron with a really hot iron?
Yeah. Oh no, I'd tie it. I'd tie it first, and then I'd get the hands out of the way. I'm not that cruel. I can see where you're going with it. So then we're going to iron again, just to make sure it's nice. And another little tip: don't mess around with your fabric when it's warm. Let it go cool first, because when it's still warm and that, you might find that you can get a bit of movement out of it, and you don't want to. So that's why I said you didn't have to really worry about how nice you cut the circle, because that beautiful circle is made from going around the template. Also, think about it now. You've got this lovely circle, great for applique.
Yeah, perfect.
Make lots of circles, pop them on your quilt mat. So if it's not a technique that you normally use for making circles, then for the other side now, so the other, oh, that's what I found my card now, haven't I? The other one is made out of 2 fabrics, okay? And then to achieve, if I just move this out of the way, in your pattern, I told you, you've got your 2 templates, okay? You're going to cut 2 pieces of fabric this time, and so a wedge and your fabric. You can see there's a line there. I mark the line on there, so I've got a 1/4 inch to follow. Some people do this by machine, do you know, but I do this by hand. So you match the 2 sides together. It's entirely up to you whether you sew from the outside to the centre or whether you sew from the centre to the outside. I don't mind. Some people like to do it one way, other people like to do it the other. So you can see I've sewn the one side, then I make a lip into there, and then we just twist it over and it fits perfectly, and then you sew along the other side.
Perfect.
You do exactly the same thing again. So you've now got a complete circle, haven't you, with your section in there. You're going to put your thread in there, you're going to put your pressing and then you're going to pull. Just a little tip, what I tend to do, you know the pressing circle, is I make 4 of those templates, so that once I've done all the circles, I can pull them all round the card, and then I can iron them all in one go.
And then just leave them to set.
Yeah, exactly.
Great tip.
So I tend to cut a few more of them. Then in your pattern, you've got the template for the triangle. Now, to speed up the process as well, what I tend to do is I tend to cut my violin into the same side as the triangle, and then I just put the triangle up and down, marking it as I go, and then I cut the triangles. Give the box the nice soft feel. Okay, I then cover the sides with some wadding. So this is when it's a great way to use up all those scraps of wadding.
Kidding, yeah.
Perfect for, so you'll never throw out a piece of wadding after this. You'll keep it all. So you can, it's entirely up to you. You can leave this step out if you want. I like it, gives it a nice soft feel. If you want a firmer feel, then just skip that step. So you need 4 triangles. So let's have a look. We've got the one at the base that's got no ribbon on there. We've got 2 for the sides and then 1 for the top like this. So 1 has got long tails, it's all in the pattern, okay, and 2 have got little loops. Just a little tip, the loop only wants to be the width of the thread, okay? If you've got a big, huge loop floating around here, it's not going to tie up nicely. So you just want to do that roughly the width of the thread, the width of it. Another little thing is, as you can imagine, as you do it using these boxes over and over again, ribbon tends to fray, doesn't it? And then it makes it difficult to thread through the box. So what I do, little bit of clear nail varnish on there, bit of fray check. If you've got neither of those, a little bit of clear sellotape, and then snip the end off. And then what you end up with is a nice firm, I think this one's got a little bit of sellotape on there. You end up with a nice firm, so it makes it easy to push through the loops. So once we've done that, let me see where I've got an example somewhere. I'll just take one of these. Okay, we're going to fold the fabric now around the triangle. So we pop the triangle in. Okay, we pull the fabric down one side. Then we pop it down the other side. And then, so the third side now, we're going to put it up and tuck it in. Okay, and what that does is it creates a spiral. Can you see?
Oh, I can see that, yes.
The lovely spiral effect. So we do that for the base. That's, there's no ribbon loop here. And that's for the base, because the base is plain. And then for the sides,
how do you hold the fabric on once it's sort of...
I use clips. I normally use clips, or if we look at the little ones, you can see I've just used long pins.
Okay.
Entirely up to you. As if I thought I had another one. Let me just pull this one off here. So then for the other one, for the one where you've got the sides, just get rid of that bit of thread. This time, okay, be mindful, you want the loop at the top, don't you? So either the loop at the top or the long strings. So this time we're matching the points with the inserted piece of fabric. And this time we're going to fold the bottom up, like so, and then just the side down. Because we want that nice, I sort of call it a lip shape. Now, let me just put a couple of clips on there. So what a lot of people say to me then is, oh, it doesn't quite meet in the middle. You know, there's a little bit of a gap and that. And then I just say to people, it's fabric. You need to give it a little push and a shove, don't you? And manipulate it. And you're going to give it a little tug. And the reason, you can see now, as I'm in it, it's coming closer together. It's a tight fit. And the reason that it's a tight fit is because you want it to be nice and secure. You don't
smooth.
Yeah, you don't want it all flapping around, do you? And looking like it needs to be stuffed. So once we've, okay, remember, the important thing to remember is the loops at the top. And then we're just going to use a blind hem stitch. So these will all come round here and the wet piece will be in the bottom. Like so, you can see it coming together. So we just use a blind hem stitch, just like you would for all your bindings.
So hand sew the edges down.
Yeah, you could machine it if you wanted, but it's quite a manipulation on a machine. And then here's one that I've now starch to put together, and then the final part is sewing the sides together, and for that I use a ladder stitch. I'm sure a lot of you use ladder stitch for different projects. Also, I'll let you into a little secret. If you are new to it, okay, and you're struggling a little bit and you've got a little bit of a gap there, then there's nothing like a perfectly placed button, is there?
Oh, that's what buttons were made for.
Exactly. That's what I always say. I always say, just quilt the problem out.
Yes.
Or none.
Yes.
You know, as long as it looks like the button is where it's supposed to be.
Same on quilts, isn't it?
Yeah,
if I ever see a butterfly on a quilt, I always think, did they nip it with the rotary cutter or scissors, or is there a hole or a burn? Or
yeah, there's something going on there,
perfectly
isn't
placed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as long as you make it look like it's a design feature,
That's
not a mistake. So
I'm not identifying it in a sort of hard way, but I just think I've done that myself.
Yeah, haven't we all?
I tore this much through a quilt with my long arm.
Oh.
About a 4-inch tear straight through the quilt. Yeah. So I know about butterflies.
Yeah. And then there's a time when you're so far down that road, you can't start going backwards, can you? You know, it'd be such a waste, you know. Yeah. So it's sort of recycling anyway, isn't it? Yeah. So did you curse when you did it?
Oh, there was a moment where I just, you know, when you just kind of go cold and then feel a bit sick and you just think, if I could turn back time, only 10 seconds, that's all I want, 10 seconds back. But to be fair, once I'd repaired it, you know, you'd have never have known, unless you were me and go, oh, look, there's a butterfly, there must be a tear.
Well, I'm terrible for doing that. I'm terrible for pointing out my mistakes, where you should just let it go, shouldn't you? You know, but so perfectly placed button is always handy. So a ladder stitch, the clue is in the title, it looks like a ladder, so if you can see it over my finger there. So your needle's traveling sideways, okay, and then you're going back over the other side then and traveling sideways. So it's a nice little stitch. And the good thing with this is when you pull on the thread then, as if by magic, all stitches, and it gives you that nice hinge technique. So I'm mindful of, we wanted to show them the last pattern, don't we, Stuart? So I'm gonna stop there. But
you're a wonderful guest, Gail. You really are.
Oh, thank you.
You give such a lot of great tips and ideas as well.
Oh, that's
you're
nice.
very, very inspiring, and your step-by-steps are superb.
Yeah, and don't worry. So the instructions for the little egg holder is in there as well. And just a little tip, when you are trying to, I've just covered a piece of violin, and as you can see, I've snipped into the bottom. Look for a top or a thread, you know, spool of thread that's the right size, so you can use that. So when you go to put the base in, you've got something. If I put the base on first,
like a little former while you're sewing it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
so then, so it gives you a nice area then, because you've got something to push on then for when you're making the little egg keeper to go in the centre. So that's it, really, in a nutshell.
Absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much,
You're
Gail.
very welcome.
I know what I'm doing this weekend. Now, if you can't get the kit now, it's all gone. But if you want to get the pattern, I've got the pattern. Beautifully done, detailed. Remember, you've got 2 different sizes. You've got the large and you've got the small. Full instructions for how to do your Japanese folded, how to do your pieced version, how to do your whole fabric version, how to do the whole thing. You're going to use this again and again and again. And don't forget, with Gail's patterns, you can make and sell for profit and for charity. These have got tabletop, charity sale or profit sale all over them, haven't they?
I think, to be honest, I'm not going to lie to anybody. The pattern's been out for a few years. But you know what? People just are prolific once they start. They love it. And I wanted to bring it back because it is such a lovely pattern.
It's fabulous, yeah.
So just a lovely gift idea. And like I said, make it for your friends in their favourite fabric. Put little sewing things in there, you know. The possibilities are endless for that.
Now, when I used to live in Birmingham, I'm sure Tina and Terry were my next door neighbours. They're gorgeous. Tina and Terry, the little rabbits, they're so cute. Let me just lay them down here so you can see. These are a pattern set. It's a little he ought to be driving a train.
Where?
That gorgeous Tina and Terry. They're a pattern set.
Yeah.
Have I got the patterns over here, Gail?
You should have.
I think I have. I've got them here. I've got them here. Here they are.
Yeah.
Here's Tina and Terry. So you get both patterns.
In the set, yeah.
In the set,
and then you get how to make her dress and everything, and even the little fly that she's got in her arm. Even the instructions are in there for that.
Brilliant.
And that, yeah, they're super cute. Again, quite easy to make. And that quite fun. So I made these out of like a little cuddle fabric. I put a little bit of weight in their ears so the ears like flop down, as opposed to when I did Trevor and Tracy, I made their ears stand up by putting wire in there.
Yes, yes.
And again, they have got clothes on. We're not tailoring here.
Sure.
We're just making, you know, a little bit of a statement. And I tend to like to, if you sew a edge of felt, it gives the impression that you've got hems and everything in there, doesn't it?
But that's just a raw edge.
Yeah, just raw edge.
Yeah, it really does. It really does. It gives it such a neat look.
Yeah, and I did the same thing with Terry that we had on this morning. I stitch on the raw edge, and sometimes I use a thicker thread as well for it to show up a little bit more. So it looks like you're really clever. You've made this little tailored outfit.
You are really clever.
And you
They look
haven't.
brilliant. They look brilliant. They're really cool. Tina and Terry. Brilliant, brilliant. And yes, you could get them out at Easter, but these could be all year round. They're absolutely gorgeous. $7.99. You get both patterns.
And there's quite detailed instruction in there. So again, I'm holding your hand all the way through, and like I said, I'm only an email away or Facebook message me and that if you've got any problems. And I always say, no question's a stupid question, is it?
I agree. I totally agree with you. Yeah,
so,
fabulous.
Yeah.
Now, I have a couple of patterns to bring back from your first hour. A few kits, in fact, from your first hour. First one I'm going to bring back is Sprout. Sprout is the Easter gnome / carrot / bunny. Definitely a gnome dress to celebrate Easter. Fabulous, absolutely fabulous.
He's a cutie, isn't he? And the fur is lovely.
Gorgeous.
I love this fur. Actually, it's a similar fur I've used to make a Highland cow.
Oh, really?
Because it's got that lovely, it sits really, really.
Yeah, it looks terrific. You've got everything in your kit apart from your toy stuffing and your thread. That's all you need to add. You've everything else. You get your wire form to create the shape. You've got your wired...
it's like a paper wire,
yeah, like a paper wire for the whiskers. The teeth, the little felts to make the eggs. You supply your own little embellishments.
I did put, believe it or not, I did put a few
Oh, you put them in
embellishments
too? Oh, you
yeah,
do?
Yeah, for this one I did.
Amazing.
So,
even down to your hanging loop, you've got everything in there. They look absolutely fantastic, don't they? For $27.99.
Yeah. And
your instructions as well, don't forget, make only Sprout, but they also make petal. So you've got instructions and the freezer paper templates to make petal as well. You just need to add your own fabrics.
Yeah.
So that's Sprout. We've also got petal. Full kit, about to sell out, but I'll really quickly. I've got 5 left. That's all. You've got your instructions. You've got all of your flower centres as well. Your hanging loop, all fleece fabrics, your wreath, all your felts, and you've got specially printed freezer paper. So rather than having to trace out all of the flowers, literally iron this to your fabric and cut them straight out. You think of everything, Gail.
Yeah, but I like to make things as easy as possible for everybody. And like you said, you've got both patterns in there. So I'm sure once you've made one, lots of people have gone all out and made both then because they've enjoyed the process so much. And we spoke about this morning, didn't we, how you can jazz it up, you could do some of your own fabrics and that.
Yeah.
So the possibilities are endless.
They really are, they really are. And you've got that lovely space on the brim to personalise. Now, we've also got the Pattern Plus. So you get the pattern for both petal and sprout, but you also get 2 metal wreaths inside. Price is phenomenal, $12.99. You can make both petal and sprout using this pattern. and you've got the wire forms to get you started.
Yeah, and your freezer paper's in there as well. You're pre-printed, so you just iron it onto your felt and you're good to go.
Amazing, absolutely brilliant. Now, we don't have the things here, but we met Trevor and Tracy.
Oh, I've just got them
as well.
behind me.
Oh, amazing, yes please. Yes please, it was so popular here on. Come on, Trevor. Brilliant. So this is a pattern duo. There's no kit for this, but all of the things that you need, the fleece, the felt, you know, are easily available. You've got, this is Trevor.
Yeah.
And this is Tracy. I love the fact that they've both got bags.
Yeah, well, they need something. So she's got all her eggs in a bag. And even though you can see I've got some artificial carrots in there, there is instructions as well to make little carrots, because you obviously, you know, you might not have the artificial ones and that. So
brilliant.
Thought of everything. And we were saying this morning, dress them up in a different colour. So imagine Trevor with a black jacket on and a black hat. He could be a magician rabbit, couldn't he? Or he could be a groom. Yes. And then another little pretty little pale dress for Tracy, and she could be whisked down the aisle with, couldn't she?
Absolutely.
And I put some wire in their ears, because they've got quite big ears, to make them, what's the word, like animated, so you can move their ears around. Obviously, if you were going to give them to a little one, you might consider not putting the wire in the ears. I think these are more sort of decorative items than a toy that you're going to have children to really play with, you know. Sort of, and all the techniques are really simple. It's a shame I didn't get, because I was too busy talking, to demo them, but even making the little, everything's like super easy in the pattern. So I just want you to be reassured it's not complicated. And again, they look like they've got, oh God, I'm gonna have to make him a jacket and sleeves and everything. No, it's all made as you're going along, and it's all faked. So these are
fake buttonholes.
Buttonholes and sort of like fake stitching and everything. So it is quite simple.
Very,
you know.
very cleverly done. It's all about the pattern. It's all about the pattern. We don't need to be clever. You're the clever one. We just follow the pattern. So easy. Thank you so much, Gail. It's been an absolute joy.
It's been lovely. Thank you. I can't say how I
love it.
Thank
lovely.
you.
And happy Easter.
Thank you. And to you.
When
yeah.
will we see you next?
Just after Easter. I think it's the 24th of April.
Amazing. Put it in your diaries. All right. I'll see you after a short break. We're finishing the morning with some tools. And I've got a couple of quilts I want to talk to you about. So see you after this.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub, packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and lockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw around your motif with your pen, then cut the piece out, put that to one side. When you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left-hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 PM to 9 PM, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals, and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy, and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click gift card, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card. That's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
I can't wait to get to my sewing machine. I'm sewing this afternoon. That's my afternoon plans. What about yours? Now, if you need a bit more inspiration, a bit more colour in your life, let's talk K-Facet. Now, we sometimes have layer cakes, 10-inch squares. We sometimes have strip rolls. We all too rarely have 5-inch charm packs, and when we do, they always fly out. Now I've got warm and I've got cool. Let's start warm. Let's start warm. Already proving very popular online on pre-order. 5-inch squares. Now you get a few repeats of each one. Brilliant news actually, because this helps us to create balance in our projects. You get 42 squares in total, and these are all the hot, the warm, the brights. You've got oranges and pinks in there. But what I love that Kate always does is he balances out the hot with a little cool. So you've got that little bit of blue, you've got that little bit of sharp lemon yellow that really help to enrich and enliven all of the different designs. Now, these are 5-inch pre-cut squares. They have a decal or a pinked edge, means that the edges are resistant to fraying. So this is the kind of fabric that we will play with. It's inevitable, and that's fine. The edges are decaled so that they don't fray. If you want patterns for using charm squares, if you have a look in Make 100 Quilts or Simple Shape Stunning Quilts, there are patterns for 5-inch squares. There's one called Springtime in Oslo, which works really well with charm squares, and Machine Cathedral Window also works extremely well with charm squares. Look at all that rich gorgeousness. Now, if I was going to put solid with these, I would do what Cave does, and I would choose a cool colour with the warm. I choose a cool colour. So I might use something like a green as my sashing or as my accent, or a really soft cloud. Our cloud blue would work really well here, or a pale lemon or something like that. Or if you were wanted a neutral, you could use like a cool grey or a cool beige or a cool brown even, and that would sort of really work with those very, very hot colours. Now, over a third of the stock that I've got remaining is in baskets all checked out, and lots of you before we came to this hour. So well done if you've already got yours. 42 5-inch charm square. And again, brilliant price. A lot of charm packs now are $17.99. This is $15.99. So you are getting a really good price on the charm pack. Loads you can do with this. If you want to go for bigger projects or multiples, go multi-buy on this. You're getting a lot of fabric and a lot of choice there. Oh, so yummy. Lots of possibilities there. Now, that's the warm. Now, you could very nice mix the warm charm pack and the cool charm pack together, and then you get that wonderful balance. They've been equally popular. I'm going to show you this one next. Here's the cool. Beautiful, this. Absolutely beautiful. Again, you've got a couple of each, of most of them. Now, this is all those sort of cooler greens and blues, mostly. But you'll also see some warm colours. So it's like the flip side of the warm pack. You've got those little accents of the warm browns or the purples. There's also little bits of red and mustard in here as well. So once I've got these all laid out, I'll grab the warm pack again and just show you how you could so easily combine these two packs together. And then, of course, you'd have 84 5-inch squares to play with and to create with. My goodness me, that would be a fun few days. Lots of lovely florals here. Whenever you see the very sort of realistic looking florals, these are always Philip Jacobs designs. Whenever you see the very bold, very graphic designs, these are London Mabley. And then when you see the kind of more painterly designs, these are Kaif's, because of course there are 3 people that make up the Kaif Facet collective. Brandon, Kaif Facet, of course, and Philip Jacobs. So instantly recognisable. This is Kaif, this Brandon Mabley, and they complement each other so well. So there's all the cools. It's like kind of tropical rainforest. But if I just bring in a little hint of the warm, and you can see how very, very easily you could start blending these fabrics together to create warm and cool. So yummy. So yummy. And actually all 84 charm squares, both the warm and the cool, would cost you $31.98 for both. So great price, absolutely delicious. We don't often have charm packs, especially, well, not just especially Kaif, we don't often have charm packs. It's a great opportunity. I stash them. I love to stash. Oh. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Right. Yes. Now, yeah. I need to mention the cutie. I mean, I'm here. What more can I say? No, the cutie frame. So the Grace cutie frame, it was one of our absolute hero products last week during birthday week, and Rob came in and did a very, very special deal on price for us. It should normally be £999, and he did us £100 off. Now, we've been told we're allowed to have the cutie frame on today, and today only, at that £899 price. If we've got any left over, they'll be back to the £999 from tomorrow. And certainly if you see Rob, say, Festival of Quilts in the summer, he might well do the £899 price. But you'll have to wait until August, and you won't get split pays. And here on Sewing Street, we offer something called split pay. If you've never used it, it's just a way to choose or not to spread the cost over 1, 2, sometimes 5 months. And it's 5 split pays this time to allow you to spread the cost over 5 months. You don't pay a penny extra for choosing split pay. It's £179.80 today. That's your first fifth of the price. And actually, you don't have to wait then until you've paid all 5 and then get your cutie frame. You make your first payment and we send you the frame. So by the time you've made your 5th payment, you're 5 months in. You're a professional by now. And so now, no longer moving the quilt under a needle, you are now drawing with your sewing machine. Not in one spot, but the full length of the frame. And the width of your strip that you can quilt is the throat space on your machine. So the bigger the throat space on your, the more of a strip that you can quilt in one go. Now you can quilt any size on your cutie frame, even though it will fit on really quite a small kitchen table as is. But what you do is, can we go back to the picture just 1 second, please? I just want to, yeah, just the picture. Thanks, Chris. You see those blue, it's almost pipes that go around it. There's 2 at the front and 3 at the back and 1 at either end. They're like the little clips that hold the quilt in place. You literally take most of those off, just leave 1 on, and then you hold the quilt and you just pull it along the frame, do the next section. I thought that was going to be the difficult bit, moving the quilt. And I thought, you know, you'll only have 10 minutes quilting and then you're going to have to unclip everything. And it's a 30-second job. It was a fabulous show with Samantha last year. And I think we had 2 hours. Hannah, when was that show, please? Because I'm going to say watch it back because she showed how. I mean, Rob and Vic showed it last week as well, I'm sure. First ever show we did, which was the launch, 25th of May last year. That was the date. And I think it was a 2-hour show. And so if you've got any reservations or any questions, I say watch that, sort of perhaps speed it up so you can whiz to the best bits. And you'll see how easy. I had my mind completely changed because I thought, I get it, it's light as a feather, I felt that, I get that you can quilt this area, but I'm gonna hate quilting larger quilts, but no way. So easy to just move the quilt along, then carry on. So this means now that you can quilt your double, your queen, your king-sized quilts, as easy as that, quick and simple to build. And if you've always thought, I'd love a lamb, but I haven't got space, this will go on your kitchen table. And when you've finished, you can either take the bits apart or that frame will just stand. I mean, you could probably put it underneath a bed if you've got a reasonably deep bed, obviously. But you know, you could probably just tuck it under a bed, take the handles off, and then tuck it under a bed. Any sewing machine that you can drop your feed dogs on will fit. So you might have a brother, you might have a Benina, you might have an Elna or a Gnome. You name it. You name it. They'll all fit, and it doesn't matter whether you've got a 6-inch throat space or an 11 3/4-inch throat space on your sewing machine. They'll all work. The sewing machine you have kind of this way, where normally we would sew with it this way, with our harp going this way, frame, the harp goes this way. So this is your forward and back, your throat space. So if you've got 6 inches of throat, this is the amount of clearance you've got. This is how far forward you can bring the machine and how far back it will go. So this creates your row. So most long arm quilting that you'll see commercially done is done in rows. And it's exactly the same here. You'll work in that row. So if it's a vermicelli, you'll work that row. And then my top tip, when you're working in rows like this, so that they don't look like rows, to have a little, think of it like a jigsaw. A jigsaw always has bits that stick up and bits that go in, almost zigzag. So rather than a straight row, what you're really wanting to quilt is something that's got a little bit of a wave in it. So if it is that vermicelli, just make sure some bits come down and some bits go up. And then when your next row goes in, it's got jigsaw holes to slot in, and then it disguises the rows. The way that you can do it, and you could do it on this frame, is if you load your quilt on point, and then your rows are actually diagonal rows, and the brain just doesn't see them. It sees rows like this or rows like this, but diagonally it just doesn't see them. So it is a way of disguising it. Amazing, amazing product, and really worth trying out. Remember, if it's not for you, you can return. Make that £100 saving. It's only today. It's only today. We might have one or two left tomorrow. They'll be £999. Okay? Check out today. All right. I'm going to leave that one with you. Well done if you've got yours, by the way. I know a few of you have gone for it today. Very special post. Very special post. Now, let's few waddings. We're going to start with 80/20 wadding. This is my absolute go-to. This is 228 centimetres wide. I think that's 110 inches. I think. This is our wide one. Oh, 90 inches, I beg your pardon. 90, of course, 248 is 108. Yes, 90 inches, 90 inches. This is my go-to wadding. I use this for the vast majority of my quilts. So, for example, this quilt that's hanging behind me, this has got 80/20 wadding. So, got a lovely drape to it, really super for bed quilts, absolutely spot on. Sandra from Berkshire says, "Hi Stuart, what is the quilt behind you, please?" Well, I'm glad you asked, Sandra. So this is from my Stepping Out quilt pattern. There's different ways of doing it, different ways to use the blocks. This is a different way. This is like a streak of lightning. I'm going to show you how to make this quilt tomorrow. I'm going to be on, now Bex is the presenter tomorrow. I'm going to be on Paula Milner, the crafty lass. Paula designed the fabrics. We've got the fabrics in stock tomorrow. We've got kits for this quilt and that gorgeous stripy binding. We've got that fabric too. And we've got the pattern. So make sure you tune in from 8 o'clock tomorrow. The first hour and a half is going to be a crafty crafty lass rainbow garden. Dan's got very excited about that. Show. The other quilt that was hanging behind... The other quilt that we had hanging behind Gail is called Vintage Red, and that is a brand new pattern from Tim Holtz and Free Spirit, and I'm going to be showing you how to make that, this one here, at 10:30. Oh my goodness, I am addicted. That was so much fun to make. I'll be showing you how tomorrow. It's an easy technique. You're going to love it. 80/20 wadding, both of those. 80% cotton. So you get that thin, warm, drapable, quilts beautifully. Quilting can be up to about 8 inches apart, so you do not have to quilt very densely, but you can quilt really close. But then your 20% polyester makes it a little more bouncy, gives you a little bit more relief on your quilting, and also it kind of bounces back from washing even better. So it's my perfect combination. $5.99. This is cut to order. So if you are buying this speculatively for a double quilt, you want 4 units, 2 meters. For a queen, 2.5 or 5 units. For a king, 6 units or 3 meters. It's that easy. But my top tip, if you just want a craft size wadding, is buy 1/2 meter, okay, and then cut it in half and join the 2 pieces together with seam batting tape. And you a roughly 45-inch square of wadding. Okay, That's 80/20. Washes beautifully. I never pre-wash wadding. It'll shrink between 2-3% shrinkage, which is perfectly normal and on the low side for battings. Cool, 30 to 40 degrees when you wash it, and you can tumble dry as well on low. I interchange between wadding and batting. They both mean exactly the same thing. I always get told off in America for calling it wadding, because to Americans, wadding something means screwing it up, ready to throw away. Thank you, Dan. Brilliant. Okay. Right. Should we do a bit more wadding? I have got polyester. Yes. Okay, got it. Now, a few years ago, I would have shrunk away at the very suggestion that I might use a polyester wadding for a quilt. Because back in the day, polyester waddings were like duvets, weren't they? They were this thick and they were really, really plasticky feeling, and you know, waddings are not made equal. Our polyester wadding is amazing. I did a test of all our waddings. I layered them, I long-armed them, I cut them in half and then offered them. The polyester came out absolute #1 for 0 shrinkage, 0 changes over the course of quilting, washing, and the bounce and the relief in the quilting was exceptional. Absolutely beautiful. This is a thin, drapeable. Now, it's not quite as drapeable as 100% cotton or an 80/20, but this would still drape beautifully for a bed quilt. This would make a beautiful bed quilt, and very warm, very insulating. Again, the price is fab. This is actually 315 centimetres wide, so this is 124. That's Super King, 124 wide. So, for example, if you were doing something like a single or a double, you probably only need 1.5 to 2 metres of this. Very, very economical way of wadding your quilts. You can hand quilt it, you can machine quilt it, and it is really stable. It doesn't stretch, there aren't holes in it, and also it's not going to add the bulk. Traditionally, polyesters were awful to get through your sewing machine because they were so thick and so bouncy. That's like trying to quilt a queen-size duvet. Not anymore. This is thin, this is drapeable. Give it a try. If nothing else, get yourself a 1/2 metre, do a few cushion covers with it, and just see how it quilts, how it washes, and also how it kind of bounces in use, because I think you'll be impressed. Now, my one tip when you're using polyester wadding is use 505 basting spray to hold your layers together. If you're normally a pinner, this is one time when I would recommend that you go to the other side and use 505. For this reason and this reason only, cotton and cotton stick to each other. So if you're using cotton fabric and a cotton or cotton blend wadding, when the two come together, even without pins, they want to stick with each other. Cotton on top of a polyester batting will move. So if you're pinning, you will get a bit of thing in between as you're quilting. No one needs the headache of putting a gazillion pins in. Just use 505 and it will behave itself beautifully. Right, this is going to sell out. Well done for trying something different. Like I say, a couple of years ago, I wouldn't have given you a thank you for a polyester wadding, but things have changed. Right, this one is 94 inches wide. So this is, no, sorry, 228. This is your just about 90 inches wide. Polyester again. So if you're doing things like, you know, up to, well, a queen size is 90 by 108. Now, this is 90 inches wide, the wadding. You do want your wadding to be an inch or two bigger on all sides. So this would do maybe up to about an 86, 88 inch wide quilt. But, of course, you can buy whatever length you want. Very economical, $4.99, such easy care. Such easy care. And again, super soft, super lightweight. Actually, polyester bats are a really, really good idea for children's quilts as well, because you can bung them in the washing machine, in and out, as many times as you like, and they really hold up well. You know, if you've got that quilt that you take picnic blankets, where you might use it once and then have to throw it in the wash because it's got muddy or damp, polyester's brilliant for that, really good. You can also use it for bags, because the polyester does just have that little bit more structure than a cotton or a cotton blend. So where I might normally say, if you use quilt wadding in a bag, it's going to be quite a floppy bag. This will still be a softer bag, but it won't literally flop limply. It will hold structure. So again, get yourself ½ metre, experiment with it in your bag making. And if you're doing a wall hanging, then a polyester bat would be my go-to, because that extra little bit of structure is going to hold your wall hanging sort of squarer and truer on the wall. Stop it rippling. Oh, yeah, washing instructions. Yeah, washing instructions, no bother. So I always wash my quilts on either a 30 or a 40 degree. I've never had any issues washing quilts at 40 degrees, but if you want to go 30 degree, not a problem. I use a fabric safe when I wash my quilts, even though I might use powder for everything else. I'll use a liquid just so that it gets dissolved into the water as fast as possible. I like to use quite a short cycle, up to about 45 minutes. I'll do a short spin, and then typically my quilts go into the tumble dryer on a low setting until they're barely damp. And then they come out, and then if it's a nice day, I'll lay them flat on the lawn or off the line and let them just finish off. If it's a rough day and the weather's not good, then I'll put some towels on a bed and I'll put the quilt over that just to air off. That's the way to do it. Let's try a question. Yep. Can you advise me, Stuart, which wadding is able to wash at 60 degrees as I'm making baby incubator blankets? Thank you. That's from Susan in Nottinghamshire. Really, really good question, that. Let me just have a look on here. Right. Pre-washing not necessary. Mild detergent, cold water and dry flat. For machine washing, use a delicate cycle. I would check. If you're making them for charity, they might well have those instructions on their website. I suppose, I mean, all of these waddings, they all advise washing quilts at 30 to 40 degrees, in fairness. But I understand the reasons why you might want to wash a quilt at a higher temperature for hygiene reasons. I suppose what I would do is get ½ metre of the polyester and ½ metre of the 80-20, or even a pure cotton, and try it. Try it. Quilt a panel, maybe a 10-inch square panel, back it. You don't have to worry about binding the edges. Wash them, measure them before you start. Wash them. Once you've washed them once, any shrinkage is going to happen in that first wash. And any shrinkage that you get is just going to give it that slightly crinkled, slightly antique-y look. I know why you're asking, will it preserve the integrity of the wadding? Well, I would test it, because all of these, the recommended washing temperature is 30 to 40. Sorry, I can't be more helpful. That is actually a test I need to do as well at home, so that's given me a bit of homework. But, as I say, one of the best things I did was taking home ½ metre of all the waddings that we do, layering them, quilting them and washing them. It was a real education for me. Right, I do have an insulated wadding, yeah. We were talking about this a little bit earlier on, weren't we? We've got two different kinds, actually. Oh, I beg your pardon. So this is Insulbright. This is, well, our equivalent. Yes, our equivalent. So, first things first, this is very different. It's 44 inches wide. So look, I'll show you the width. Is that only 44 inches? Is that 44 inches wide? Okay. Yeah? Well, it's 22 inch wide or 44 inch wide, so that's definitely the wider one. Well, look, so what it is you've got like, it's almost like a space blanket. And then on one side, you've got a reasonable layer of polyester fleece, like batting, on one side. And then on the other side is just this sort of thinnest layer, just to soften it very slightly. So you've got your kind of metal side and you've got your quilty side. Now, where would I use these? I'll tell you where I wouldn't use them first. I'm not going to use anything that's going to go in a microwave. So if it's your tortilla warming bag or your baked potato cooking bag for in the microwave, don't use this. In fact, if you're going to do any of those things, there are special battings for those. But if you want to make something like a wrap to put around a casserole dish, brilliant, because it will keep the casserole hotter for longer. If you're making a sleeve for your drinks cup, brilliant, absolutely perfect. If you want to do a tea cosy, always think about where's the heat radiating from, and you want the silver layer nearest whatever is radiating the heat to bounce it back, okay? So this would go on this side would go on the inside of the tea cosy. You can have fabric over the top of it, but you want that shiny layer. If you wanted to keep things cool, then use this side nearest the thing you're keeping cool, and this on the outside, and it will keep the cold thing colder for longer. These are also absolutely brilliant for making things like picnic blankets or cushions that you're going to take to maybe like sports fixtures or matches to stop cold bottom. Okay, put them down, so it will radiate your heat. So again, you want the shiny layer facing upwards so that your body heat radiates and radiates back. Will these be okay for pot mats? That's from Joanne in Bristol. Yes. So if you're doing things like mats where you could put a casserole down on, excuse me, on the table, yes, I would do a double layer. Where anything like if you want to do oven gloves or hot pads or, you know, for taking trays out of the oven, I would do a double layer. And you can even use some extra quilt batting as well. Make it a nice thick layer to protect your hands. But yeah, it works well. And it's reasonably priced, isn't it, at $3.99? These are also brilliant if you're making things for babies, like toy books to play with, or activity mats, or twiddle muffs, or activities for people with dementia, because you get the crinkle. You get the crinkle, you get that kind of auditory stimulation as well. So they're sometimes used in those kind of projects as well. Yeah, fun, isn't it? I like it. Clothing as well, potentially. Thank you. A cape, love that. H640. Now, oh my goodness, what would we do at Sewing Street if Fleecely never stopped making H640? It's one of our most used waddings, battings, or what we sometimes refer to fusible fleece. So this is a ½ metre piece. It's cut for you, so if you multi-buy, it'll come in a continuous piece. Now it's 90 inches wide, 90 inches in width, and this is what a 90 centimetres wide. So this is, oh hello, what's happened there? Adjust your TV sets. There we go, that's better. Right, so that's 90 centimetres wide by ½ metre. Typically, we use this where we want a fused fleece. So it's really good for bagging. It's really useful for things, you can make it things like placemats, cushions. It's good for small wall hangings as well, because it's quite structured. And One side is just your regular kind of fleecy side. It doesn't feel like batting as such. It feels smoother, almost like batting turned into felt. It's more of that feeling. Then on the other side, you've got a fusible side. Now you can see it and you can feel it. You'll see little white dots of glue all over the surface, heat activated. You can also feel it. It feels slightly rougher. This is the side that you're going to fuse the side of your fabric to. It adds a lovely extra structure. Really nice for bag making. Team this with some faux leather, and then use a walk-in foot or a non-stick foot to quilt a crosshatch. And you have just got yourself the fabric to make yourself a Chanel-style dupe, whatever you want to make. Sack, a handbag, even a tote bag, quilted faux leather in a crosshatch. Double crosshatch if you really want to go the extra mile. H640 inside, and it really does look the business. Hi, Stuart. I've pre-ordered your bag book. Oh, this is my new bag book. I saw this. Now, now I haven't even revealed the front cover. Do you want to show it? No, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't do that. Wait. What interfacing should I use? I'm new to this. Thanks. Mandy, brilliant question. For bag making, some bags have no interfacing at all. They're just fabric. Some use like an H250, which is a medium weight fusible interfacing, just feels like paper, really. Some use in our form foam. Some use quilt batting. Really, we use different interfacings for different bags. The one interfacing I don't think I could ever do without is H250, which is a Vliseline medium weight iron-on interfacing. You use collars and cuffs as well in dressmaking, but it's also brilliant on the linings of bags because it creates a really smart structure. So that is an absolute given. But I also love things like H640 for softly structured dresses and squishy like clutch bags. But then I also love something like In Our Form, which is a foam core where I want gorgeous, proper, stand-up by itself structure, but it's still squishy and soft and easy to sew. Fortunately, all of those different interfacings are explained in my new book, which is called Make 100 Bags. It's a challenge, not a serving suggestion. Right, that's H640. Oh, that's thrilling. Thank you for that. Thanks, Dan. Yes, there were 2 rabbits on the table. Well, the little rabbits. Now, that was Tina and Terry. Terry had the little blue flat cap and the rather smart jacket. And then Tina had a gorgeous pink dress on, I believe. There they are. There's your product code, EVEG09. Tina and Terry pattern. But there was all Tracy and Trevor, who were the much bigger Easter rabbits. There was also little Warren, lovely little Warren, and Hoppy as well. They were the little dangly with the little rope legs. It's true what they say about rabbits. You may start with 2, but you don't end with 2. Gorgeous. I hope you find what you're looking for. If I didn't give the right information, message us again. Yeah. Now, we shouldn't have this on today. We really shouldn't. This was a very, very special birthday deal. Last week, Rob came in with our lovely Vicks and showed off the fabulous Grace Cutie Breeze tabletop quilting. This is how you turn your regular sewing machine into a long arm quilting machine. Yes, any sewing machine, and this frame will fit on your kitchen table, okay? You can pack it away, you can pop it under the bed when you're not using it. It's not just for quilts this big. So easy once you've got your quilt on there to move your quilt along. So you can quilt queen size, king size, but also a table runner or a cushion cover. Now, lots of you have this in your basket. I just need to remind you, at midnight tonight, you'll be paying an extra £100. you'll be paying the best part of £1,000. Now, you could today pay £179.80. I think that's a split pay, £179.80. I remembered that, hey. 5 split pays. 5 split pays. You only have to pay the first one and we'll send the frame out to you 3 to 5 days. Now, Rob, I'm sure will have the cutie at Festival of Quilts, but that's in August. He might well do an £899 deal while he's there, but that is August, and you won't have 5 split pays. I'm pretty sure of that. So if you get it today, you'll get that £100 saving, and you might well want to use the split pay. It's up to you, but you might want to use the pay today. £179.80 gets it home. Midnight tonight, though, the split pays are gone, and the £100 saving is gone. With this one, this is my favourite. This is my favourite. Once you've got your 6x24, this is a brilliant. If you love quilting with fat quarters, fat 8s, or you're a scrap quilter, do yourself a favour. That 6x24 ruler is really useful for yardage, but for smaller cuts, a smaller ruler just makes the whole job quicker, easier, more fun. This is 6.5 inches by 12.5 inches. I reach for this more often than my longer ruler. This creative grid, so you've got the extra ½ inch, you've got the non-slip dots across the back, but also all the way around the outside edge, so we avoid those miscuts and those slipping and sliding rulers. You've got beautiful, accurate marking, and I'm going to be using this tomorrow when I show you how to make the vintage red Tim Holtz quilt. This is going to come into its own. So, if you don't already have one, grab this now while you can. Excuse me. Right, now, also super useful if you like jelly roll quilting, if again, scrap quilting, smaller pieces, log cabins or log cabin-like quilts. This is a boon, 2.5 inches wide by 12.5 inches in length. This is going to be super. Imagine if you're doing a 12-inch log cabin block made out of 2.5-inch strips. Maybe you've already got your jelly roll strips that you've bought, but now you're going to be able to cut your 2.5-inch square for your centre, your 4.5-inch first round, your 6.5, your 8.5, your 10.5, and your 12.5-inch strips with one ruler. It's almost like a template set, but that's just log cabins. You could use this for your borders, your sashings, and your blocks as well. £17.99, again, has all the features of Creative Grids. You've got the markings in white, which are your whole inches, black, which are your 1.5 inches. You've also got your strip all the way around the outside with non-slip. You've also got the dots running down the centre for accurate no-slip cutting, safer cutting. And you've also got angle lines there for cutting 45 degrees, 30 degrees, and 60 degrees. Fabulous. Now, this is when I come over all importance of being earnest. A stash bag. Such a great line though, isn't it? Where he gets, I was found in a lady's handbag. A handbag. Fabulous. To lose one parent might be deemed unfortunate, but to lose two is carelessness. Love it. Yes, I am okay. Brilliant. These are superb bags. This is Liberty-esque, isn't it? And absolutely massive. Oh, we've called it Till D. It's also very loud. Sorry. There we go, £4.99. This is a birthday price. Look at the size. And it's got a zip. Now this would be perfect for storing quilt waddings. You'd probably get 2 quilt waddings in there, queen-sized, or your yardage if you're a dressmaker, or if you've made a big quilt and you want to store it over the summer, or you want to gift it to someone. We've got the floral. I've also got hearts and polka dots. They'll all be crashed. Have a look on the website. Oh, handbag. Banana yarn. Right, here's the menu for tomorrow. 8 o'clock. Right, I'm guesting tomorrow. Bex is our presenter. I'll be in at 8, though, with Paula Milner, the crafty lass, to launch her brand new Rainbow Garden fabrics and the quilt that's hanging behind me right now, my Rainbow Stepping Out. 9:30, we've got quilting tools for an hour with our Rebecca Reed. Now, at 10:30, I'm going to be back for an hour with the Tim Holtz Vintage Red Quilt. Now, we saw this earlier on. This uses 60-degree diamonds and 60-degree triangles. It is so gorgeous. It is really easy to piece. I'm going to show you how tomorrow, and you won't believe how achievable. And the fabrics are gorgeous. Now, that's till 11:30. And then at 11:30, we've got colour cubes. These are going to boost your colour confidence sky high. At 12 o'clock, final hour, it's extra wide fabrics. That's tomorrow. But I don't want you to go anyway, because my friends at Hobby Maker are up next. They are celebrating their birthday this week. It's the fabulous Hayley Wes with some very special guests. You do not want to go anywhere. Don't touch that dial, but I'll see you at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical